Yes, so I'm going to record this meeting. Welcome to ANC 34G's public meeting. It is now 7:02. We have a quorum. We'll begin with commissioner introductions, starting on my left. Commissioner Gore.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Gore. I'm the commissioner for ANC 34G01. And my commission area extends from Western Avenue, Oregon Avenue, Beach, basically everything in Hawthorne, and in Barnaby Woods around Pinehurst Circle, except for that one big pretty house that's in Commissioner Phinizy's district. On over to Tennyson, down to, I think, 31st or 32nd Street, and back around the Pinehurst tributary. Thank you for coming tonight.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Nagy.
Thank you. I'm Liz Nagy. I'm commissioner for ANC 34G07, and my commission area starts at Military Road and goes south to Chevy Chase Parkway, and then to the east it's Nevada, and to the west Reno Road. So thank you all very much for coming to our meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Gosselin.
Yes, I'm Peter Gosselin. I represent District 6, which is the west side of Connecticut, back to 42nd Street between Military and Western in the Circle, with the peninsula to the east to Nevada between Military and the south side of Legation. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you. Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, hi, I'm Bruce Sherman. I represent single member District 02, which is in the southeastern part of our ANC area, over by Rock Creek Park, and it includes St. John's College High School, the new Murray Barrett Fields, the Knollwood Retirement Community, and about 850 residences. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you. Commissioner Grunewald.
Yes. Okay, hi. I'm Carol Grunewald. I'm the commissioner with SMD 03. I welcome you to this evening's meeting. The boundaries of my SMD are Utah Avenue to the northeast, 27th Street to the east, Broad Branch to the south and to the west, McKinley on the north, then it jogs north and east along Nebraska, where it rejoins Utah Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Good evening. I'm Corinthia Simmons, Commissioner for Single Member District 5. It is the east side of Connecticut from Legation all the way to Western Avenue. It goes back to Broad Branch, the divider of wards 3 and 4. It encompasses the library and community center. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'm Laura Phinizy. I have single member District 4, which goes from roughly Western Utah, Broad Branch Road, McKinley, and includes Lafayette, Pointer Park, and Lafayette Elementary School. So thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. We have a tight agenda, so we're going to try to make sure that we follow good procedures, make sure that you are recognized from the chair if you wish to speak, and also we're going to try to adhere to our time frames. We have the MPD is here tonight, and that may bump us a little bit. Can we go ahead and approve the agenda as listed, or do we need any amendments to the agenda?
I have some amendments. Yeah, I propose that we move the items on the agenda, announcements of general interest, commissioner reports, and commission business to the end of the meeting. That would be before or just after public comments. Commander Dorsey, I notice, is on the call. Director Jackson is on the call. And I would prefer that we move straight into official business as opposed to kind of commission business and other things that could distract us from getting on with the meat and potatoes of the agenda.
Okay. Are there any other suggestions, amendments? Commissioner Gore?
Yes, I would ask that we move either the GoVocal discussion ahead of the presentation, from my understanding, or in front of the presentation from planning, or the discussion on the resolution and vote on the Rift Valley Civic Core proposal to be grouped together. My understanding is the discussion on GoVocal is primarily a discussion on the Civic Core's use or the use of it on the Civic Core. And it really kind of makes no sense to recuse twice and to jump in and out of the meeting twice. So I would ask going forward, all the discussions on the Civic Core be grouped together.
Okay, I think based on, I think we do have the Office of Planning scheduled for 8:15, and if it bumps their time, that might be a little tricky, but if we can make a motion at that time, I think, to move out of order, if we get to where we can fit it in, I think that would be appropriate. Commissioner Grunewald?
Yes, I'd like to make the suggestion that I do believe that Lisa's idea is a good one, grouping all those together, but I believe we should start it at the next meeting, not tonight, because we have a tight schedule and we have people here from the city and from agencies who have to appear at certain times. So I would like to start, grouping the Civic Core items together, starting at our next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're going to have to take these as two separate. Commissioner Grunewald, do you need another thing, or is your hand ready to come down? Okay, thanks. And Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah, I have actually when we get to later on in the agenda, I've just suggested that we move this to the end. But when we get into commission business, there are three things I'd like to add. I'd like to get an update on where we stand with calling in for a meeting of some kind, engaging apartment owners and operators. Also the same, engaging business owners and operators. This is with respect to the Civic Core. And also, I'd like to get an update on the 2023, 2024, and 2025 annual reports. That would be under commission business later on in the meeting.
Okay. I think if we can take these as, sorry, Commissioner Sherman, is your hand still up?
No, it's not. I'll put it down.
Okay. All right. I'm not seeing any other hands at this time. I think it will be helpful to take these singly if we could. All those in favor of amending agenda to have the announcements, commissioner reports, commission business at the end. If there's, I would like to make an amendment, make a motion that we have those three things at the end. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor of moving the announcements, commissioner reports, and commission business to the end, please indicate. And I'm just going to count off with a roll call vote. So just to make sure I get it correct, because last time I had a hard time seeing. So I'm seeing Gore, yes. I'm seeing Sherman, yes. Grunewald, yes. Phinizy, yes. Simmons, yes. Goslin, yes. And Nagy, yes. All right. All those opposed? All right. So by 7-0, those items will go to the end. I would like to make a motion to group, if possible, the Civic Core items, but depending on the timing, because of the Office of Planning that we have scheduled, that if possible, we group those together. Do I have a second? Goslin? Okay, all those in favor of grouping them together, if possible, if time allows. Gore, yes. Sherman, yes. Grunewald?
Point of order, is this for grouping all those things together tonight, or is that for the future?
It's for tonight, moving those two items together to avoid double recusal, re-entry for Commissioner Gore, to simplify.
Are we going to be displacing any people who came to speak?
That's what I'm saying, that if the time allows, we will not displace. If the time does not allow, we will not displace. Okay. Did you have a vote?
Sure. You're voting yes. Is everybody voting yes or no? Where are we?
So far, Gore, yes. Sherman, yes. Grunewald?
Yes.
Okay. Phinizy, yes. Simmons? Yes. Goslin? Yes. and Nagi, yes. Okay, great. All righty. So now we were going to go in to approval of the minutes, Commissioner Grunewald.
Yeah. So before I start in the minutes, I'd like to preface my motion by saying that I want to thank Chair Phinizy for taking a roll call vote just now, because it has become impossible to track the votes. We take a lot of votes on this commission, and it's been impossible to track who is voting in which way. And I had a lot of trouble doing that for one of the meeting minutes that you're going to be approving shortly. And so I'd like to request that we make sure to do a roll call vote for every single vote. That way I can tell what the vote is and who voted. And then the other thing that was very confusing when I'm doing the minutes is that when commissioners sign in using the ANC's Zoom account, I can't tell who's speaking because they're all identified as ANC 3G. And I can't tell who's speaking, so I prefer that people sign in under their own personal accounts. Otherwise, the minutes won't be correct. Okay, so after I've said that, now I'd like to take each set of minutes separately, please. So I'd like to move that we approve the April 13 minutes with leave to make technical changes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Laura, are you going to take this vote?
All those in favor of the approving the amendments of April 13th with leave to make technical corrections, please indicate aye. Okay, Gore, yes. Sherman, yes. Grunewald, yes. Phinizy, yes. Simmons, yes. Goslin, yes. Nagi, yes. 7-0. The minutes of April 13th are approved with leave to make technical corrections.
Okay, great. Now I'd like to move that we accept the minutes from April 24 with leave to make technical corrections. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Sherman, I'm sorry, Commissioner Gore, did you have a question?
Yes. So we're in discussion, I'm assuming, because the motion has been seconded.
Correct.
With the April 24th minutes, I would like that to reflect post recusal when I was readmitted back into the meeting. It currently does not. In the April 27th meeting minutes, it does reflect that. So for consistency purposes.
Yes, that's fine. I will do that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gore, any more comments?
No.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
Yes. When did the updated April meeting minutes come out? Was it today?
Yes.
The April 13 minutes?
Yeah.
Several days ago, I think. I'm not sure why.
I haven't had a chance to see them. I don't see them in my inbox. I saw the ones
Okay,
for
well, they were all sent.
last meeting today. I mean, they came out last night.
They were all sent in one email. So if you saw one, you saw all three.
Okay, well, I only read the one from our last meeting. So
Okay, well then
okay.
you can vote no, not to accept them.
But so you read the April 27th. Okay.
Okay, so is there any more discussion about April 24 minutes?
Okay, all those in favor of Commissioner Simmons, did you have a further question? Okay, thank you. All those in favor of approving the minutes of April 24th?
With the amended minutes, with Lisa's correction.
Correct, with a return after the recusal.
Right.
Please indicate by saying aye. Or hands up. Okay, Gore, yes. Sherman, yes. Grunewald, yes. Phinizy, yes. Simmons, yes. Goslin, yes. Nagi, yes. Okay, thank you so much. So those.
Okay, we're almost there. So
Okay.
last one, April 27. I'd like to move that we approve the minutes of the April 27 meeting with leave to make technical corrections. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Grunewald, we didn't have those on the agenda, actually.
Oh,
We only had the April 13th and 24th minutes on the agenda.
okay. Okay.
So I would say that, I mean, we can approve them if everybody has read them, but if people didn't read them, not knowing that they would be prepared, that was a lot for you to get ready in a short order, and we really appreciate it. Is there any
Okay,
discussion on that matter?
That's fine. They were
I
all
have
sent together.
discussion.
They were all sent together in one email, but that's fine. I don't care about that. We can do it.
Commissioner Simmons, did you have a thought on that one?
I did. We got the meeting minutes Sunday at 8:07. I just want to ask the commission again if we can get documents in advance. I work, I'm not retired, so I don't have a full day to get prepared for our meeting. Or just not retire. Can we just please get the meetings at least 4 days in advance? I just think it's unfair to send meetings at 8:07. This is less than 24 hours of our meeting, and I don't get an opportunity to review it. So all commission business, if we can send it in advance, it's just common courtesy for people to give due diligence in reviewing items that we're expected to vote on. And I think this is probably my third request asking for advance notice, especially with minutes. I don't need discussion, Chair Phinizy. I just want to ask that request again. So.
Well, I think given that the minutes were not on the agenda, it was appropriate to postpone approval of them until the next meeting. But I have a comment from Commissioner Gore and then Grunewald.
Yes, so yes, even us retired folks did not have sufficient time to read the minutes. I only got to review the first three at 6:15. So I had to make a big push, and I did it post cooking dinner. So I think Chair Phinizy, one of the things that is not being addressed is Commissioner Simmons' ask. And her ask is that we get the minutes in advance. So if we could have at least a 2 or 3 day leeway to get 3 sets of minutes less than 24 hours ahead of the meeting is really tough to review and make sure they're accurate. So I'm asking you to address that. With the April 27th minutes, I know we are not voting on them tonight, but for Commissioner Grunewald, what I notice is missing in this set of minutes and probably others is point of orders that have been ruled upon. Any point of order that has been ruled upon by the chair per Robert's Rules of Order must be included in the minutes. So I know there were several on the April 27th meeting. So when you go back to correct those, the point of orders need to be included. In additional, I would like to see the race letter, which was approved to be appended and attached to the record, to be included in the draft minutes so that we make sure that we are voting on and approving the correct statement. Thank you.
And I would just say that I think we also, as helpful as it will be to have things in advance going forward, I think we did have a pretty extraordinary circumstance of having, the special meeting and the regular meeting. So that makes a lot of work. And if we have numerous points of orders, that's going to be a lot of work. It is required, and you're correct there, but we will do our best not to have to need points of order, and that will lighten the secretary's load. All right, Secretary Grunewald.
Yeah, I've got 2 things to ask here. So why did we never include points of order in the past when Lisa Gore was commissioner in the minutes?
I cannot speak to that, but it is.
Well, I'd like an answer to that because it's almost impossible to record all these items. So I'd like to know why it wasn't done during several years that Lisa served as chair, and why she's asking for it now.
Commissioner Gore.
So if you could ask
Commissioner, I'll ask
Commissioner Gore. Thank you.
Commissioner Grunewald had asked to speak onto the practice of ruling on points of order not having been done in the past, that this seems to be a new practice. Would you care to speak to that?
I would love to speak to that. I think if you probably go back to our commission meetings, you will probably find no point of orders, probably less than 5. I remember none. And the reason why this commission has had many points of orders this term is because of the disruption that we have had from fellow commissioners across the board. So I think what you're seeing on our commission is that in order to make sure that we have effective and efficient meetings that flow properly, that commissioners are becoming more in depth with Robert's Rules of Order to police each other. So the more people speak out of turn, the more people address each other inappropriately, the more point of orders you will see. And I'm certainly going to use them because I think they are a record for the community of what's going on in this commission, and they serve to police us ourselves. So that's why you didn't see them. And it's up to each secretary to know the rules. And potentially those secretaries that came before you, Commissioner Grunewald, maybe they didn't know the rules in terms of that particular procedure. Robert's Rules of Order is a couple hundred pages. So I really don't think, this is probably a discussion we don't even need to have in front of the public. To have this in front of the public speaks for itself.
Thank you, Commissioner Gore. Commissioner Nagy?
Yeah, thank you. I feel compelled to correct the record here. I actually raised a point of order during Commissioner Gore's term 3 times in one meeting, and Commissioner Gore ended the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Now, I will note that per Robert's rules, we want to not criticize past actions unless we are really debating about the past. And I think what we need to do right now is just move forward. So we will take up those April 27th minutes at the next meeting. Okay, because we need to move ahead. We are at 7:24, and we need to get our MPD and council member officers here.
Chair
Commissioner
Phinizy,
Grunewald?
I've got one more item pertaining to the minutes. It was raised that people want their minutes 3 and 4 days ahead, and I will try to accommodate that. I am not retired, and I have an unbelievable schedule. And so if I cannot get to the minutes, if I cannot get you your minutes 3 or 4 days in advance, then we will have to wait until the next meeting in order to do them, in order to review them. Because I can only do, I have obligations and I have work, and I can only do what I can do.
Okay.
So
Thank you, Commissioner Grunewald. Okay, we have some government officials here. I see Robert Rogers from Councilmember Lewis George here. I see Lieutenant Olivier here. And so I think we will start with MPD. Perhaps that they're on the tightest schedule. Is that correct, Commissioner Nagy? I see your hand trying to go up.
My hand is up because I want to tell you that not only is Commander Dorsey here, it's Lieutenant Olivier here, but Commander Dorsey is also here.
Okay.
So they're going to need mics to be able to speak.
All righty. So, and Commander Dorsey, I am trying to find that one on my roster.
Could you raise your hand, Commander Dorsey?
Got you. Okay, let's see. Can you guys unmute now? Are you okay?
Can you hear me? Want me to go ahead?
Please, thank you. I know you've had a very tough week. Thank you.
No worries. I'll let Lieutenant go ahead and do the stats first, and I'll jump in right after that.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. This is going to be quick. For the month of April, we had a good crime reports for theft from autos. I'm gonna just give you the numbers. It's last year at the same time for last April to this April. Last year was 12. This April we have 4. However, for the retail thefts from CVS and shoppers, the last year we had 2, and this year we had 9 for the month of April. So it's trending up a little bit. We're gonna try to bring that back down. Other than that, last year April we had 17 crimes total. This year we had 14. So we trending down a little bit. That's all I have for the crime stats.
And
Thank you.
Any questions?
Commissioner Gore?
Yes, Lieutenant, can you repeat the stats that you gave after the theft from auto?
The stats was for the retail thefts.
Yeah,
Theft.
thank you.
Okay, last year this time in April we had 2 totals for the month of April. This year we have 9, so it's trending up a little bit. We're gonna try to get that back under control.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
Lieutenant, a quick question about car thefts. There was a report about 10 days or 2 weeks ago in the Washington Post that a crime ring that was stealing and exporting four-wheel drive vehicles in particular had been stopped, had been arrested. And presumably that was going to be helpful in terms of stymieing some of the car thefts that we've seen in our neighborhood. I had reported previously that there were 2 car thefts of similar vehicles in the 2800 block of Rittenhouse in my single-member district. Have you seen a reduction in car thefts? I take it you have. You haven't mentioned car thefts, only thefts from auto.
Right. So, in reference to the motor vehicle thefts, last month we had 0.
Okay.
So it's having an impact.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now I think we had, of course, the unfortunate situation at the Tenleytown CVS with one of the Jackson Reed students. And we appreciate your work with that. Is there anything you wish to share with the community at this time? We know that there's an ongoing investigation and this is a public meeting.
So I can speak on it, Lieutenant. First, my name is Commander Dorsey. First of all, I'm very happy to be here. Very excited to be here. I've been in the department for about 20, a little bit over 20 years now. I worked in various different districts, 3rd District, 5th District, 6th District, 7th District, as well as numerous other specialized units, most notably the Academy, NSID, as well as CID. I had a lot of experience in CID. And most recently, I did also a field commander. And what does is you kind of oversee the city during the overnight operations. But either way, I'm very excited to be here. I definitely had to work with some of the officers here. I did have Connecticut Avenue for quite some time when I did overnight operations. I speak on your point as far as the murder in Tenleytown. We've really been dedicating a lot of resources over there. I've been utilizing and contacting both Park Police, Metro Transit Police. We have mountain bikes officers there. So we have officers out walking the alleys on foot and really trying to communicate in like a whole government approach. We've been speaking with the school administrations as well as also criminal intelligence. So obviously we take this very serious, a very tragic situation. Hopefully we can bring it to closure. I have utmost faith in our team as far as the homicide detectives. They have high closure rates. So I think they're doing a lot of good work behind the scenes and hopefully have a good resolution.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, Commander, thank you for being here. And Lieutenant Olivier, also thank you for being here. I've had a number of inquiries since last Thursday, Friday of the weekend from my constituents who have children that attend Jackson Reed, Alice Deal, and also a neighbor who has children one child in preschool. And there was a report of another shooting. No one was injured, fortunately, in Fort Reno Park on Friday, when preschool children, I understand from this constituent, were in the park. Do you have any information about that second shooting on Friday?
So we have, he's talking about the 4,000 block of Chesapeake. That's why we kind of really leveraged the Park Police because that's their jurisdiction over there. However, what we know this far is pretty much there was an individual that discharged a firearm, did not strike anyone. We did recover a casing, so we did confirm and corroborate the story. However, we're getting videos from the immediate area and see if we can kind of dig into a little bit more as far as the motive, as well as anything more that we can kind of link it to any particular person. But just by being in such close proximity to the other shooting, that's one of the reasons why we expanded our footprint, having numerous different blocks to include the alleys, 4,000 block of Chesapeake, Brandywine, all those sort of streets in the immediate vicinity, because also we take it very seriously.
Right. I know Commissioner Gore has a question. I'll follow her. I've got a follow-up.
Okay. Yes, and just everyone, I know this is super important, but just be mindful of our time. We have the DOE director here as well, so we're trying to be efficient here. Commissioner Gore?
You're muted, Lisa.
Thank you. Commander, thank you for coming. I also have a lot of constituents that express concern that are Jackson Reed parents and middle school parents. Is there going to be any community meeting with the school? I know school is about to be out with Councilmember Fruman. Are there any plans to have a community meeting to discuss what's happened and the follow-up?
I believe there is. We have been in communication with them. They're trying to get a date sorted. And obviously, once we get that, I'll definitely push that out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, and that is the news reports that I have seen indicate that the shooting at the CVS 4500 Wisconsin Avenue might have been a targeted shooting. Is that what MPD understands?
I think we're still investigating, trying to determine and interview all the witnesses, get the whole story. Obviously, that includes interviewing witnesses, getting the video surveillance, stuff like that. I know initially when we got there, we just saw individuals running from the scene. So I think we have to give the time to homicide to kind of dig into the investigation to really kind of get the details and the motive and stuff like that before we kind of conclusively say that. I don't want to speculate.
Okay, that's fine. Chair Phinizy, just one very quick follow-up. With respect to Fort Reno Park, I want to be able to say something to constituents who have reached out to me about that on Friday, in particular, this kind of random shooting. Is there anything about that to indicate that it's anything other than just kind of a one-off circumstance?
Nothing. Really, we're not getting any information from the to indicate it's anything else other than that. But obviously, that's why we're really kind of digging into talking to the schools, talking to the officer of criminal intelligence to see if we can find anything more about the community. And obviously, just for even anyone on this call as well, if you guys have any information that would be helpful to turn our way, we definitely can do that. Obviously, I'm new to the second district. However, you're familiar with the lieutenant, and I'm sure other officers as well. Definitely pass on the information so we can flesh out anything that would help us to solve this case. Because obviously, when something like this happens, even if there's no victim, right, we take this very seriously, and we want to make sure it's not linked to anything else or whatever it is.
Great, thank you.
And Commander, before you go, we did have a constituent question in the chat who noticed that the reward for information on the homicide is currently $25,000. They thought that seemed low. He also asked whether their Jackson Reed kids have enough organized out of school activities. I know when my kid was at Jackson Reed, there were lots of clubs, but kids varied greatly in how many they took advantage of. But can you speak to the reward?
The 25,000 typically I think for homicide, it starts out right there. Sometimes they do up it, and our outside partner agency will double it or add additional like 10,000, something like that. But typically it starts right around $25,000 for homicide, if I remember correctly.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for coming. I know y'all have a very, very packed schedule, and this is going to take up a lot of time, and hope that we can get some justice on this one. Thank you.
No worries. No worries. And I just definitely want you guys to, face with the name. I definitely was double booked, but I think I might have missed the other meeting. But as long as you get it in my face, if you see me on the streets like that, come approach me. Very approachable, and I would like to have more conversations. And obviously, we could talk a lot offline if anything you want to say, not in a formal setting.
Thank you. Feel free to drop by anytime.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Now we have, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Sherman for the resolution/vote about a DOEE project for maintenance of bioretention and partnership there.
Thank you, Chair Phinizy. And actually, I'm very excited to be representing this issue and speaking to the community, my fellow commissioners. I'm thrilled that the director of the Department of Energy and Environment, Mr. Richard Jackson, is with us tonight. I see Director Jackson, you on the screen. Thank you very much for joining. I want to acknowledge as well that one of your colleagues from the Department of Energy and Environment, Jim Woodworth, whom we have worked with very closely on the maintenance of our bioretention facilities, and Single Member District 02 is on the call as well. And I also want to acknowledge that John Burwell, who was one of my constituents on 30th Street and is a certified, trained by the National Park Service, longstanding weed warrior, which means that John understands the difference between an invasive and otherwise species, and he's been a huge help to us in maintaining the bioretention facilities. And finally, I want to acknowledge Yvonne Smith, whom I see on the screen. Yvonne is a 40-year resident at Northampton in Oregon, and she's one of the many neighbors in our single-member district who has adopted the bioretention facility in front of her house that she has pledged to help maintain with our support. So Yvonne, thank you very much. If you can wave to everybody, there you are. Thank you so much for joining. So what I'd like to do here, and we've got a pretty compressed period of time, but Director Jackson, if you wouldn't mind starting off talking about green infrastructure and bioretention facilities, and then we can talk about what we've been doing here. Jim Woodworth can speak to us if he'd like, John Burwell briefly as well, and then I will go over the resolution that we have prepared for tonight.
Sure, I can start off real quick, and I'll keep it short. Thank you for allowing me and my team to be here to discuss this. The partnership that we're about to embark on or discuss is something that I feel is very important. It's going to have the most impact to the city with regards to green infrastructure, bioretention, and how we take care of things. I was recently at a Fauntleroy Center for the grand opening of the resiliency hub that they put into Ward 7. And it's something that came from the community. We augmented it, we helped them, we assisted, we provided solar power, battery, those kind of things. But one thing that I know is that government itself cannot do everything that's required. A lot of what's going on regarding green infrastructure is in place, but there's always a maintenance component attached to it. Funds are what they are throughout the city. So new ideas and new ways to address these things is what's important. And I think by forming these public-private partnerships will allow ownership of these devices with the community, which I feel could do a much better job because, again, with that ownership comes a certain level of pride and wanting to ensure that these things succeed, a certain way of envisioning how you want them to look to better represent your neighborhood, your community. These things the government can't necessarily accomplish because we look at it from a different lens. So having these type of partnerships, being able to develop them, to me is really the step going forward in how we're still able to meet our environmental commitments, meet our permit commitments, but still giving the freedom or the ability of the community to do what they would like to do. And we move more into a consultant type role versus having to actually do everything. So with that, I'll leave it at that in terms of what I'm looking for, what we're looking for. Is just really how do we strengthen and develop that partnership and how we can then expand that throughout the city regarding green infrastructure and the best way to approach it. But I'll leave it at that. And Jim, who like you said, been working with close, Mr. Sherman. I'll turn it over to Jim if he has some words he wants to say real quick.
Thank you. Jim, you're on mute.
Unmute. I think I'm unmuted. Hey, good evening, Bruce.
Hey,
thanks for hosting us tonight with your ANC 34G. It's been a pleasure to work with you, John, and your neighbors over the last couple of years to do the work we've done. Certainly there's more to do. I greatly appreciate your enthusiasm for this. I think it is a model for us to do more with more ANCs where there is green infrastructure, as the director said. And we're prepared to meet you guys halfway. We're in a tight budget season, but I think we've seen how much we can do with neighbors who care. And we're trying to sort of demystify their work a little bit too. It's a little bit more than landscaping, but not much more. And as the director said, like having pride in your neighborhood and the front yard and everything. There's a lot we can do just to keep what we have in place. And there's a little bit more we can do to improve things. So to the extent that you guys are willing and able to continue working with us, we're ready for it. Appreciate it. Thanks.
No, great. Thank you very much. And before I go, if John Burwell would like to say a word or two, and then Yvonne, a word or two, Director Jackson and Jim, could you let us know what resources still might be available? Obviously, what we're talking about here is leaning in, providing the manpower, the volunteer effort of our neighbors to go in and get into the beds and do the weeding, clearing out debris, planting new plants when we have resources for those. But we do understand that maintenance funds have been cut. And that's one of the reasons why DDOT has decided not to install more bioretention facilities in our neighborhood, because there are no more funds to support maintaining them. So given that environment, what resources are still available?
So real quick on that, Bruce. I've seen some email traffic last week about that. So it's a slight bit of miscommunication, right? We are in discussions with DDOT. We've been in discussion with DDOT for several months now in terms of how we can really, move forward. What's the best approach to doing green infrastructure and still do installations? I wouldn't say they stopped because we're having that discussion. In fact, I'll have another meeting with their director the next day or so, because me and her were on a different page in terms of we weren't looking at stopping. We're looking at how we can, there may be some pause or push out, but we're not stopping actual construction. We just need to view it in a different way moving forward. That still accomplishes what we need to accomplish from the environmental perspective, but what's already on the books still needs to be completed. So I seen email traffic saying that it was stopped, but that's not from, say, Director DOEE, Director DDOT. That's not the conversation we had. And so I need to try to pull that. We need to pull that back in so that we ensure that our message that we have at our level is getting all the way down to where it needs to get to, because it has not stopped, but we're reevaluating how DDOT's going to do the project, because a lot of these projects have already been, designed, have already been moved forward, and we just need to figure out a better way forward. And that's what we've been discussing, like I said, at the higher level versus at the program level. So that may have been where some slight confusion there. So I wouldn't say it stopped at this time right now.
Okay, so there is the circumstance in my single member district where along Oregon Avenue by the Knollwood Retirement Community, and Jim Woodworth, of course, knows this very well because we just visited these 10 days ago, or hardly. And that is that some of these beds, bioretention beds, have not seen any new plants in a while, or if they did, they of course have died quickly, but they're largely barren along that stretch. So when we talk about resources, what we'd like to do is, of course, if we're going to maintain them, to have something to maintain, right? To have some plants in there.
Right.
And so would there be resources to do some replanting?
Yes, I would think so. Me and Jim talked about it earlier today. And one of the biggest concerns is, as we move forward with the partnership and doing these things, is the best way to keep it streamlined to minimize bureaucracy on how this may or may not work, right? We don't want to get into a point where we have to start getting lawyers involved because of the way the money is moved, that kind of thing. So we think we can move this forward. We can accommodate and get those things back to a level that makes sense. Working closely with you guys, and as long as we understand the boundaries that both organizations have, I think we can do this. We do have resources. Again, resources not what they once were, but we do have resources, and I think if we work closely, we can find what we need to get where those areas you're talking about can get brought back to a level that you're comfortable with.
Okay, thank you.
Jim, if I'm saying something otherwise, let me know.
Okay, great. Commissioner Gosselin and Commissioner Grunewald.
Mr. Jackson, just so I understand your comment that it hasn't been stopped, it's just been slowed. Is that a comment about money and resources to maintain existing beds, or is that a comment also about building some new ones? And the reason I ask that question is that we went through the local politics of getting some agreement among neighbors about where these things should be and how big they should be and where they shouldn't be and whether we can move them off so they're not plopped right in front of people's houses and so on. We got to a pretty good place, and my understanding is the plug got pulled. If the capital plug got pulled, are you saying that we might discover a month or 6 weeks or 3 months from now that suddenly a crew will arrive with concrete and put a bed in on Chevy Chase Parkway between the 5400 block? Or are you just talking about money? You can find money to do the kind of stuff that Commissioner Sherman is doing in terms of building a partnership to maintain beds.
Yes, sir. So I'm kind of talking about both, right? Right now, our immediate need is addressing what is already there. So that part's what I'm talking about right now on one hand. In terms of the things that have already been discussed, plans that have already been put in place in my conversations, right? Can I do that right now in FY26? That answer will be no, I don't have the funding to do that. But that doesn't mean I walk away from it. That means I'm looking at FY27, FY28, and what can be done, because although funds may not be available for 26, we may have funds available in 27. We could get, additional funding coming in 28. So not stopping or disregarding what's already been done, but moving, it may have to be moved out.
Okay.
So in my conversations with DDOT, we're looking more at how do I shift for new construction, but at the same time, still, focusing more on what we're doing right now.
Okay.
Because of the way the funding is set up, I'm never going to back away from it, but I'm always looking at the funding and what's the best way to use it.
Okay. Could I just add one small
Yes, sir.
follow-up? I mean, and I think I know what the answer is already, but my understanding is the moving force here, the thing that got the city going with bioretention basins, is a settlement with the EPA, at least the EPA before President Trump got a hold of it. And that, so what is the this was a way for the district to avoid another gargantuan capital expenditure for a huge stormwater piping project. Is there still such an agreement, and does it still have any bite on the district?
Yes, sir. So, and I kind of discussed this at my performance hearing and budget hearing. So it's kind of known. So, all the work that we're doing is kind of funneled under the MS4 permit, which we have. That's a 5-year permit. We're about 2.5 years into that permit, meaning I have another 2.5 years to complete it. Part of that permit is, installing these devices, these bioretention devices, to ensure we have enough acreage to accommodate the cleaning of stormwater or capturing of stormwater. So all that work is kind of defined by the stormwater permit that's in place. We have, again, 2.5 years left to complete all the requirements within that permit. So that's why I'm saying I do have space to move things around, because I have that capacity or the time. Right now, again, funding's restrained, but that doesn't mean that it stops, because I still have to do my commitment within that time frame of my permit. So the permit is still the driver, and that's why we just have to make those adjustments and have those conversations with EPA. EPA is still holding us accountable because we have the permit, and so that'll still be our driver. It's just a matter of how we accommodate within the time frame we have left to get it done.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Grunewald.
And just to remind folks that we want to make sure we're mindful of time. We're a little bit over.
I got it. Yeah, Commissioner Grunewald.
Okay, I'll speak really quickly. Mr. Jackson, thank you, and Mr. Woodworth, thank you so much for coming to tonight's meeting. I support the public-private volunteer effort, but I just wanted to add that residents really have no choice but to accept that public-private partnership, because there are no funds to maintain these bio pits that you've already installed, and so they really have no choice. So what I would like to say is that our programs that the city implements, the infrastructure that our city puts into place, should not have to rely on volunteers to keep them maintained. And so I'm going to strongly ask you to please ask the powers that be in your agency to please not install any more bioretention pits when you don't have funds to maintain them. And if you anticipate that you're not going to have funds to maintain them, please don't install them, because volunteers should not be the ones. And I think these volunteers are wonderful, but if they don't want a horrible mess in front of their house, they kind of have to volunteer, don't they, to keep them in ship shape. So we should not have to rely on volunteers to maintain city installed projects. Everybody gets very excited about installing new things, but we never ever think about really, in the same way, we don't think about maintaining all these things that we're installing. They all require long-term maintenance, and they require very specialized technical maintenance, as far as I understand. I understand they become clogged very easily, and we can't rely on volunteers to unclog bioretention pits. So again, I do approve and support what's happening here, but I do have those qualms. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate those words.
All right. We want to bring this to a close because our time is very limited. I do want to just very quickly, though, recognize if John Burwell, John, you've indicated that you probably didn't want to say anything, but you've been such a great help to our neighborhood.
Well, I look at this in two ways. The neighbors, we want to keep them clean and looking good. And that's just an aesthetic thing. If they work the way they're designed, they reduce the amount of stormwater that goes into Rock Creek. And that's a great benefit to the park. So, working in the park, I see the results of massive amounts of stormwater washing away the bank and bringing in trees. So I'm all for, yeah, we might not be able to rely on volunteers to do the work, but I think if we open it up and let people know that they can, perhaps we can recruit more and take care of these units.
Thank you. Thank you. And just finally, Yvonne Smith, who's been so great in taking care of her bioretention bed in front of her house. Yvonne, if there's anything you'd like to add here quickly, we'd appreciate hearing it. You're on mute, Yvonne.
Commissioner Grunewald also has her hand up.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to say thank you, actually, for allowing me to let you know that the bioretention unit in front of my house has really served us well. One of the things that I noticed that you did quite well was to make sure you maintained it, because I did raise so much hell when you were installing it. So you really did a good job of pulling up the beautiful plants that I put in. It has really done well with holding the water from moving into Rock Creek Park. I was amazed at how much water it really holds. However, if it's left for trash and the leaves, then definitely it's going to overflow. So I do think that you should talk with the DOT when they come in to pull the leaves. They should definitely pull the leaves from those bioretention units. That would be very helpful, just twice a year. Then the community, mainly those of us who have them in front of our homes, would be able to, put in plants and flowers that would be helpful to our homes, as well as helping with the community and making it beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. Thank you for your generosity in adopting the bed in front of your house. It's been greatly appreciated. Commissioner Grunewald, then we're going to wrap.
Yeah, just a quick point. I appreciate John Burwell. He is a tremendous asset to our community and has been for many years. But to his point about these bioretention pits, my point is that they clog easily. And if they're not properly maintained, if they're not unclogged, if they're clogged, they don't work. That's my point, okay? They clog easily. And if they're clogged, they don't do the job that they were designed to do, that they were built to do. So proper maintenance, and I understand some of this maintenance is quite technical. Proper maintenance is extremely important to make sure that we're not breeding mosquitoes, that we're having flooded beds, and I have seen these beds flood. They need to be in tip-top shape so they do the job that they were intended and built to do. Thank you.
So just by way of conclusion, I'm not going to talk about the work that we regularly do in our 27 bioretention beds, but I visit them very frequently. So does John. We just had our spring cleanup with Jim Woodworth and his team on May 1st. We're going to continue to maintain these. I will ensure that the beds in our neighborhood, with volunteer help, folks like Yvonne and Dan Himmelfarb and a number of other neighbors who pledged to adopt their beds, that will maintain them. Another thing that I will mention, the Rock Creek Community Garden, which is also in my single member district in Rock Creek Park. I'm speaking to their president, who happens to be a constituent on Moreland Place, about getting the support of their 120 gardeners, who, some of whom, not all obviously, would perhaps be interested in helping us. So we have great resources in the community. So if I can, I'd like to move the resolution now. I know that's been out for a week. I trust that all have had a chance to read it. Are there any? Let me first just move that we adopt the resolution as it's written. It endorses this partnership with DOEE. It indicates that we intend to continue to collaborate with them, and that we would be looking with them to help us identify priority sites, provide training and technical guidance, and support regular stewardship activities, including these seasonal cleanups that I just mentioned. and that we urge the district government, DDOT and DOEE, to recognize these community-based partnerships as a viable strategy to sustain and expand green infrastructure. And furthermore, that we commit to supporting outreach and volunteer coordination. That is to say, I will be doing my part to engage the community to bring more volunteers in. So we're embracing a partnership that's now about 3 years in a de facto way. We're slightly formalizing it by way of this resolution. And we look forward to working, Director Jackson, with your team. Jim Woodworth, of course, continue to work with him. So I move that we adopt the resolution as written. Do I have a second? Thank you. I have a second. Yes. And Chair Phinizy, would you like to call the vote?
Yes, please. All those in favor of adopting the resolution to continue the partnership with DOE for the maintenance of the bioretentions, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And let's see, I have Gore, yes. Sherman, yes. Goslin, yes. Grunewald, yes. Phinizy, yes. Simmons, yes. And Nagy, where's Nagy?
Yes.
Yes.
Here.
Okay. Good.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
But just by way, just a final word, Chair Phinizy, Director Jackson, again, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here. We really appreciate it. Jim Woodworth, enormously grateful. John Burwell, Yvonne Smith, thank you. We will be following up with Jim to put more teeth into this and structure this a little bit more, and I will report back to our community, and I'll be helpful to my fellow commissioners in any way I possibly can, and Jim and John and all the rest. This isn't just about my single member district. It's meant to be something that we can implement across our ANC 34G. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Looking
thank
forward
you.
to working
Appreciate
with
your
you.
time. Thanks.
Thank you.
All righty.
Welcome.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night. So as I'm looking at the time, it is 8 o'clock, and we do have from the Office of Planning, Alex Krefitz on the call. He was going to present at 8:15. I would, per our discussion about amending the agenda to consolidate, I would like if, let me just make sure Alex, is still here. Yes, he is. Okay, if Alex could go ahead and go now, and then the Rift Valley plan could follow, and then we would be able to keep those two items together. Okay, so I see Alex is here, got your hand raised. Alex, I will unmute you. And do you need to share screen?
Yes, please. If, it looks like
Okay,
you to.
great. Thank you. Thank you for coming. So the Office of Planning had reached out to the ANC to ask if they might talk to us about DC 2050, which is the upcoming comprehensive plan. So this is his presentation to us on that. And depending on the interest and discussion, we may want to have another meeting later, but this is an intro presentation for us.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And again, thank you, commissioners, for your time, members of the public. My name is Alex Krefitz. I'm a neighborhood planner at the DC Office of Planning. I have a presentation that, with other ANC presentations, we usually try to take about 15 minutes to get through. I know there's a lot to talk about, and I think I can maybe do that in closer to 10. We also will have time for questions and answers. We found usually it's best if I can go through the presentation. I might move through some slides a little quickly, and I'm happy to go back and share them if any of the commissioners, anyone in the public has any questions. But I can proceed and share my screen then. Are folks able to see the slide I'm sharing? It says DC 2050 Comprehensive Plan. Thank you. Let me start my timer to make sure I keep to my 10 minutes.
Thank you.
So our objective tonight are to talk about how OP is approaching our comprehensive plan differently this year, as well as to collect feedback on our proposed growth approach and our land use changes. I want to say at the top that everything we're talking about here is still draft. You're going to see a number of maps and information. We are still collecting feedback from the public, and I will be sharing a link to an ongoing online survey we have that closes on May 17th. May 17th will not be the last day for public input on this. We'll be taking some time to review the plan, and then coming back in the fall for additional rounds of feedback. But for folks who might not be familiar, what is a comprehensive plan? You may have heard it referred to as the comp plan or DC 2050. This is a plan that outlines the community's long-range vision and roadmap for growth and development, and really works to guide where we're building new housing, growing new job opportunities, connecting neighborhoods and preserving our neighborhood's history. If folks are familiar with zoning, this works on something called the future land use map, which goes on to inform zoning. It's sort of the public and the city coming together to say what their vision is for the future of the city, developing this future land use map, and then for the Office of Zoning and all the relevant agencies to sort of work towards getting to that zoning map while also allowing additional opportunities for community input. Where are we in our timeline? Our phase one concluded really last summer. We're right now in phase two, exploring possible futures. We've been making presentations like this at ANC meetings. And we've also had a number of in-person events that I can share some more information on. This phase, as I said, is going to close on the 17th with the survey that will also end it around on the 17th. And you can see that we'll be working on creating the plan this summer and then returning back later this summer with an updated version of the plan based on feedback like this. All of this is to work towards legislative approval in 2027 and to actually begin finalizing and implementing the new plan in 2028 and into the future. So again, we are still early on and we still really want to hear everyone's feedback. So far, and mentioning that feedback, we've presented to about 5,000 people. This has included over 120 engagement events around the city, including 10 large workshops. Folks here might have participated either at our building on 899 North Cap or at MLK Library. Last fall, we were at 899. About a month ago, or 2 months ago, rather, in March, we were at the MLK Library. This is a starting point for us. Again, we are really mindful that we want to make sure that we have engagement all over the city. And we've also been doing targeted engagement in wards 5, 7, and 8, as well as trying to do more targeted engagement with folks who English may not be their preferred language for engaging. I'll quickly move to this, and again, I can jump back to things, but some of the things that we've heard at our fall workshop so far, where there a lot of interest in the community around building at metro stations, along bus corridors, and also adding housing downtown. And we think that the version of the future land use map has taken this feedback, and we're working to see how close we can get to the public's vision. I'll also highlight, you'll see a couple other highlights on the bottom, that affordability and access to different types of housing was very important to many of the people who filled out our survey and engaged with us so far. I mentioned we're in phase two, exploring possible futures. This is again focused on how the district should grow, and your input is really valuable to understand where new homes and businesses can go, what neighborhoods may look like in the future, and all the different resources that we need in our neighborhoods for everyone there to thrive. We'll also be talking about that in the context of something called a place type, which is a new way of talking about future land use and zoning that we're hoping helps make it an easier process for more people to understand. What are place types? They are an updated approach to the land use policy to try and make it easier to understand for a wider audience how a property can be used. Each place type has policy guidance for a range of topics, including the types of buildings that would be there, the size of them, the types of uses that would happen in those buildings, how they connect to the street, and how they connect to public places. This is a new practice that the Office of Planning is doing. It's the first time in DC's history we're pursuing place types. We are following other jurisdictions that have followed using the place type model and seen success in communicating a range of different land use priorities to the community. I will not spend as much time on this slide. I'm happy to go back. These are some of the examples of place types that we're discussing. Just to go through a couple here, the small scale residential neighborhood, looking at places where detached and semi-detached homes, really no more than 3 stories tall is sort of the norm. And you can see that it sort of grades down on this slide, talking about the different level of how high the buildings are and what types of uses might be suitable in them, including ground uses on top of, ground floor commercial uses on top of housing. We also have a couple of different center place types, talking about sort of like how the area may draw people from outside the community. So the 3 examples that we have here for place types include neighborhood centers, areas that might be serving the population that immediately lives in the area and a couple of visitors, urban centers that are really might be large employers in an area and have a number of different opportunities and things there that are drawing people from a wider area, and then regional centers, which I think are sort of the biggest areas that draw the most people from around the district, including Maryland and Virginia. Also frequently a lot of job opportunities in these centers. I'm happy to go back to the slide if anyone has questions about the place types or to talk a little bit more about them. We have a couple others, including institutional and industrial areas. Happy to talk about that more, but I'm going to proceed for the time being. The map you are seeing on your screen is reflects the current future land use map that was adopted in 2021. The change here is that instead of using the land use designations that were presented in 2021, we have converted those to what place types would be. So I would think of this as a snapshot of what current future land use is, but just in the lens of place types to help us understand when we're looking at areas that might have previously been called a different type under the future land use map. This is what we mean when we refer to the different residential, mixed use, or other types. Again, I'm happy to come back to the slide if folks have questions about it. I'll also have one coming up in a few slides that shows some of the proposed changes to the place types from this map. Mention this again, I just talked a little bit at the front about what a future land use map is, and talking about how it relates to zoning and helps direct growth and sort of long-term planning. We know that we want to plan for growth. We know that we have over 300,000 households in the district today, and we know there are folks that currently live in the district that are looking for housing, and we anticipate there will be population growth between now and 2050. So we know that we need to add additional housing. I can go back to this slide if you have specific questions about some of how we've come up with this stack and how we're proposing the amount of housing that we want to add, but this is some of the information about that, trying to add that additional 24,400 homes that these changes to the future land use map could add to the city. The way that we created the future land use map was really focusing first on areas near transit. In the 2021 map plan, many of these are focused on existing metro rail stops. I'm a resident in Columbia Heights, for example, and a lot of the changes in the Columbia Heights neighborhood were focused on increasing density and building heights immediately around the transit center. We've also been looking at bus corridors, and we've been working closely with DDOT. We know they rolled out their Better Bus program last year, and we also know that we're going to be working with them as they continue to upgrade their current line and plan for future lines. So we want to make sure that we are planning for futures where we are proposing new housing, folks have access to public transit and can access amenities throughout the city. We're also targeting areas that have not grown as much over the last 20 years. This graph here shows some of the wards that have grown over time, and sort of where we're trying to stack proposed capacity for additional homes. And 3, our focus is areas that have high risk of displacement. We are working on developing an anti-displacement strategy along this document, but we are very aware of many of the factors that happen with displacement, including gentrification. And we want to make sure when we're proposing housing, we're not just proposing housing for new residents. We want to make sure that everyone in the district has a place where they can live and access everything that they need to. These go into a little bit more detail for each of these. I would just note for near transit that we focus on adding within a 10-minute walk of a metro and a 5-minute walk of the high frequent bus corridors. And we want to add housing to blocks that already have alleys, which enables parking and trash to be addressed behind the building instead of needing to come up with a different solution. Areas with housing growth of the last 20 years, we again wanted to note where there's additional capacity based on the existing future land use map, and noting that there are some areas that have not absorbed as much housing growth over the last 20 years. We wanted to look towards the bus corridors to sort of again grow and into these like growing rapid bus corridors. And then 3, areas that have a high risk of displacement. We want to understand where longtime residents might face significant pressures that could result in displacement. And we've used factors including median family income, noting the race, particularly the way that folks who are Black, Indigenous, or people of color may be displaced through development. And we've worked to sort of look in these areas and make sure that when we're proposing higher density land use, we also want to go along and propose that with things like grocery stores. And we want to make sure that when we are proposing these new amenities, we are doing so in a way that don't present these amenities just to new residents, that again, the residents in these areas can continue living there and find a place that fits for them. This is the draft of the DC future land use map. Again, I'm happy to come back to this slide. I also have one on the next slide that focuses on the ward. Or I should say, excuse me, Ward 3 specifically. This map, and again, we can spend more time on it. We've noted, I'll just quickly finish. We've noted that there's a potential for 13,000 additional households by 2050. You will see on this map, we've highlighted a couple change areas and dotted lines. These are not the only changes to zoning or to the future land use map that we're proposing. These are just some of the ones that we think are most impactful. So if you add up and you see the different change areas, you'll notice that they don't excuse me. Excuse me. You'll notice that the change areas do not add up. Sorry. You will notice that the change areas don't add up to exactly 13,000. There are additional units we would look to add. We've noted here that 60% of the households in the ward would be within access to those high frequently transit corridors, that 53% of the homes are family sized. I think that's been a particular focus in Ward 3 to make sure that we're developing a range of housing for different household needs. And noting that by 2050, Ward 3 will seek to add 2,430 dedicated affordable units through a combination of both inclusionary zoning and development from the DC Housing Authority on their properties. And then last thing before questions, again, I just want to flag that we have this virtual workshop happening now. Again, comments are due by May 17th. I will share a link with the commissioners to share in the chat as well, but we really encourage everyone to fill this out and let us know what you think of our plan so far. This is not the end, and it is very important for us that we get feedback, not just from the commissioners, but any constituent who's on the call today. But thank you. That'll end my presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much, Alex. I have a quick question before we go to Commissioner Goslin. 4 out of our 7 SMDs are in Ward 4. Do you have a Ward 4 map similar to the Ward 3 map that you just showed on your previous slide?
I do not have it with me today, but I can send it after this meeting as an email.
That would be great. Thank you. Commissioner Goslin?
Let me start by unmuting and then ask Alex to go back to the slide about the existing comp plan with the 2021 amendments. Now, my understanding looking at this is that, no, go forward one, the one with it had the numbers in it. Keep going. Hold back up. Was that it? The point I want to make is that it said that the planners are looking to provide to increase the number of households from 325 to 441, or planning to be able to house 441,000 households. But if I saw the number correctly, there it is. I saw the number correctly. It says that with the existing comp plan, the existing future land use map, you already have that capacity. I raise this because one of the concerns I've had and I heard about coming into this planning process is that the Office of Planning is very interested in fundamentally changing single-family zoning, which covers a great deal of our community and would be a major change. Why, if you already have the capacity to hit your growth projections with existing zoning, do you need to make changes, at least changes in this area?
Thank you for that question. And I think I'll also just share real quick let's see. No, actually, I think I can answer that without a graphic. You are correct that capacity gets to that 441 there. What I would say is that 441 number is sort of like the lowest threshold that we anticipate. Our population projection models, which also have been updated in the last year during the change of federal employment and a lot of jobs in the area and interest. The Office of Planning believes that we do need to propose additional housing on top of what the current FLUM can propose. It is a focus of the mayor that she has been interested in adding additional housing, and that there's been an interest in making sure that housing is present throughout the entire district. To your question about single family homes, I will say there's not an interest in the Office of Planning for removing single family homes from the future land use map and what would become zoning. I would cite evidence that the small scale residential neighborhood explicitly allows for detached and semi-detached homes up to 3 stories tall. I think we are looking at areas that have housing like this and trying to see where it might be a good fit to add additional density. Perhaps that could be on blocks like that, but on corners or near like specific commercial nodes. But that's something that we want to talk with the community about, and we want to be very clear when we're engaging the community that preserving the existing culture is also important to us. So we will be making proposals that would take areas that may right now only have single family detached housing, and we'd like to work with the community to see if we can work towards a vision where there might be other types of housing available in that neighborhood. But small scale residential does include detached and semi-detached homes, and we are not seeking to get rid of them.
Okay, just to follow up very quickly, I mean, I think the sense I had of what this the impulse to make this change is moving small scale residential, changing the rules of small scale residential to include moderate scale, or to basically amp up to moderate scale. And I would just say, from my point of view, that is a bridge too far. That is going to be a very serious fight in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful feedback.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, I see Commissioner Gore's hand.
Yes. Can you go back to, I think it was one of the last couple slides? Well, I have actually a lot of questions. Okay, yeah, that one right there. So I have two questions. I'll start with this one here. Can you explain the change on the Connecticut Avenue corridor? So you have the map of Ward 3. Our ANC is particularly concerned with that Connecticut Avenue corridor. And secondly, can you explain the developers' plans regarding, and I know this is not a concern necessarily in our neighborhood, but the displacement map, how that was generated and how your approach is seeking to address that. And thirdly, I would ask that the ANC, I appreciate the presentation, Alex. I know you guys have been doing a lot of work in communities trying to get this out. But, I have been talking about this comp plan going back last year. And I really think this needs to be a special meeting of the ANC so that the ANC is clear, that the community is clear. I have a ton of questions and there is no time to ask them tonight. The presentation went really fast. So there's a lot that I would like to ask about it, but I would hope that you all, and I would hope that this commission schedules a follow-up special meeting where we just discuss this topic so that we're clear on what is going on here. So with that, can you discuss the Connecticut Avenue lane and the displacement lane?
Yes, I'll real quick for your previous two questions. We'd definitely be interested in another conversation. As I said, we're going to be drafting updates to the plan to share again in the fall. I think folks, I didn't check the schedule, but I'm not sure you guys have a meeting in August. I think September would probably be the best time because there'll be a new version of this to share for feedback. If you're interested in having a meeting earlier than that, please reach out to us by email and we can work to schedule something. You had also asked about the development of the the map that sort of charted displacement in the city. I don't have an answer for that tonight, but I can speak with my colleague who developed that and provide an answer by email. And then last, for Connecticut Avenue, I think you mentioned development in general, but then I think you also mentioned lanes. Were you talking about in general the development that's being proposed there, or more of like the roadway?
Yes. No, not the roadway. I just use the lane as a metaphorical.
Yep. Totally
Yeah,
understandable. I think the two main areas we're looking at that are sort of closer to the Chevy Chase, like Main Street area, and where we have already seen a couple buildings of different scales, and trying to figure out what type of massing might make sense for that. Obviously, that's an existing. It really falls under that that sort of neighborhood serving retail. But I think we've looked at properties and things like the Safeway, where many other Safeways in the city have been able to add additional housing on top, and to try and figure out if there are ways that we can increase density in that corridor, as well as with other projects the cities are moving forward with, including the redevelopment of the library and community center. From the south of that, I think we're looking, once you get south of Military Road, looking at some of the infill development where there are some of those larger buildings. I believe some of them go as high as 8 to 10 stories, if I'm right, but I might need to double check that. And that, like, on individual blocks, sometimes there are buildings of that scale, and then skipping over, there are much smaller, or I shouldn't say much smaller, but there are properties that are not as dense or highly built. I think we'd like to work with the community and understand, as folks are moving through, whether they are driving, whether they are pedestrian, what their experience is like moving through those areas, and seeing if it's possible to add density on some of those blocks that already have some taller buildings.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, and I just want to add that when I worked with OP to set up this meeting, we discussed that if the interest was strong, as it does seem that there is, that would they be interested in coming back for return town hall? So they said yes, even before scheduling this meeting. So I think maybe we take, a couple more questions here. And then about 8:25, we'll wrap it up. But then I think this definitely shows that we have some more questions, and I'll post some that I'm seeing in the chat as well. Commissioner Nye.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for coming and volunteering to come back and talk to us again, because I think it's true. We all do have a lot of questions. I have a couple of quick questions. Actually, maybe more than a couple, but why is DC doing a comp plan revision now in between cycles?
DC is working on a new comp plan revision between cycles because we are mandated by the city's constitution to provide updates. The last one that we talked about in 2021 was an update to the existing. And really, when we started working with the mayor's office a couple of years ago to start this, we did want to work to try and do a complete rewrite of the plan. We believe a rewrite of the plan offers increased opportunity for residents to really give feedback on the core of the plan and not just making adjustments to it. And we have been working with the mayor closely. This has been a priority of her with all of our housing goals in the district. And we are hopeful that we can do this engagement now and that really is a process guided by the community's voice. Yes, there will be some change in leadership in the district in the coming year, but the voice of the residents will be consistent through. And we want to make sure we are coming and making sure that constituents are putting voice to this. So we wanted to begin our engagement as early as possible for that.
Thank you. I have a follow-up or two. With your low-end target of 441,000 households by 2050, it's a little hard to understand because I thought you said that you had considered the DOGE bleeding of federal workers and people leaving the district. It's a little hard to understand why that's the low end as opposed to the high end, because we're losing population right now, are we not? To the tune of what, 60,000, 70,000 people out of 700-ish thousand people in the district?
Mm-hmm. Yes, there have been changes, and certainly the effective, as you call it, DOGE, I'm going to refer to that just as like not just the federal government, but all the contractors and every other institution that interfaces with the government. You are right that we have seen population decline. Our focus has been that we believe, population trending is. We have our science we're working with census numbers and trying to project forward. We do sort of still see that we believe that in the next 25 years that we will see growth and change, both in the federal employment and all the auxiliary employment around that. And we want to make sure, additionally, with knowing that there are folks in the district currently still looking for housing. I can work with my colleagues and send you a little bit more specific information about how we factored in the loss of jobs and the changing employment in the entire region, but it has been accounted for in these updated calculations.
Okay. I have one more. I'm sorry. One more question because it pertains to my SMD. You talk about increasing density below Military Road, which is my SMD actually. So I would ask that maybe we could have a follow-up conversation. I'm not entirely sure what you're thinking about that, but I would like to engage with you on the question, and I'd love to have a copy of these slides, please. I'm sure everybody on the commission.
Yes, we can do both of those.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
Just in deference to the shortness of time, I'll pass on asking my questions now. I do support a special meeting.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Grunewald.
Yes. Alex, so I heard you say two things simultaneously, and that could be me, or maybe it's not me. So perhaps you could explain. I heard you say that the city is not going after single-family zoning, yet at the same time, I heard you say that OP wants to consider or putting moderate scale residences in single family zones. So if you're putting a moderate scale in single family zones, don't you have to change the single family zoning? Could you please address that? And the second thing I'd like to say is that I understand that you're collecting comments from throughout the city about the flume and the change in the flume. And I would just like to say that the opinions of the people who live in a particular place should count the most. There may be some folks all across the city who live in apartments who want to change the single family zoning of Chevy Chase. And I think that the residents of Chevy Chase, especially longtime residents, but all residents of Chevy Chase should be the ones whose opinions count the most as to how they want their community to change or not change in the future. So if you could please address my first question, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for those questions. I will share all of this feedback with our team. I was sort of responding to Commissioner Goslin's first question of if we were trying to eliminate single family, and wanted to just demonstrate that one of the place types we use is still focused on single family. It was, sorry for jumping around, but this small scale residential neighborhood that included detached and semi-detached homes. I presented that to say, as a matter of function, these types of housing, and I think what you are describing that you say is part of Chevy Chase and you would not want to see change, that type of housing typology is a part of DC 2050. We are not seeking to eliminate all housing like that through the district. We wanted to make sure that there is a place type that includes that type of housing. To what I was saying about adding moderate scale residential neighborhood, this is more the conversation that we are hoping to facilitate in meetings like this and our workshops, is trying to identify if there are areas that are currently single scale residential that could grow to include moderate scale. I think we at the office think about this again as an ongoing conversation. We want to talk to people about the feel of moving through their neighborhood and where they feel that's appropriate. And I think in showing the proposed changes within the ward, we again are trying to focus that on areas and sort of scaling and saying, you know, when you get to Connecticut Avenue, there are taller buildings, and then it scales and down to things like single family, depending on which direction you're going in. We want to figure out what is the scale that the community is comfortable with? How do they see their neighborhood in the future? And within that, to see if there is an opportunity for additional density. But we are not, as a process, going through this and trying to eliminate single family. We want to work with the community to understand
So
where
Alex,
single family needs to remain and where there might be potential for growth.
yeah. So Alex, how do you anticipate getting the opinions of Chevy Chase residents? Because a lot of people are going to be interested in this and concerned about this. So how do you plan on getting everyone's opinion on what you're doing?
The most immediate way to do that will be filling out the survey that I'll post in the chat. Anything we can do where a constituent can say, this is what I want, and I'm recording it in the survey or at a meeting, gives us material that we can go to the mayor and say, this is what folks are communicating to us. And this is what, you know, the vision of the community is. So really completing that online survey. Unfortunately, the other opportunities where there's workshops that happened in the spring and fall so far. And as I said, we plan to return in September with additional opportunities for engagement.
Yeah,
In the short term, I would say best way is the survey, and then we will be in contact about our additional opportunities for your constituents to give feedback.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to do a couple of town halls on this. This is very of great concern to our neighbors. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. We are looking at 8:30, and so Alex, I have some questions in the chat. I will send them to you. If you can put the survey link to me in the chat, and I'll send it out to everybody, and then we'll get in touch with you guys about getting another town hall, or maybe two, because I think this is of great interest. And also, if you can make sure to send us the Ward 4 slide, because as I mentioned, you know, 4 out of 7 single member districts in our ANC are in Ward 4.
Commissioner Phinizy?
Commissioner Gore.
Yeah, I would really like the commission to propose the OP. And Alex, I don't know if you have any sway in this, but if the survey is the primary engagement tool and the survey closes on May 17th, and this commission has not brought this information to the community before, I would think that the commission would want to ask OP to extend the survey. Now, whether they do that or not is up to them. But I think we as a commission are horribly missing a very critical moment here.
I can share that request with our team about an extension. And then what I was trying to communicate before was this survey is a point where we're closing it. I would describe this more as we want to take the information we've got so far to work on a new draft and then get more feedback on the draft that we share later this year. That draft that we share in September is not going to be the final plan. In the same way that we're coming to ask folks for feedback on this version of the map, we are hoping to get as much engagement there, and we are open to change at that point too.
Yeah.
So are you saying, Alex, that there are going to be 2 surveys?
No.
Concern, okay, so that's my concern. I definitely appreciate you taking that back to OP. I would ask that this commission, and maybe I'll move a motion. Commissioner Phinizy, I want the floor. Am I recognized to move a motion?
Yes, Commissioner Gore.
I move that the ANC send a formal letter to the Office of Planning, formally requesting that the community survey be extended, and that the ANC publish that letter and the extension request widely to the community. Is there a second? Second. In terms of discussion, I just think we have to do that. As a commission, we haven't put this information out to our community. And if there's not going to be an additional survey, we're talking about like less than a week and this survey is going to close.
And can I ask, Alex, have there been any other meetings in this part of the ANC?
Or do you mean in wards 3 and wards 4, or for the ANC specifically?
About 2050, because when else have you come to talk about 2050 in this part of the world?
I understand. Our main workshops were last fall in October and November, and then the ones that we held in March and April. This online survey is the first one that we've offered during the entire planning process, and we began offering that survey. I believe it opened in April along with the workshops. In terms of engagement in the greater wards, wards 3 and wards 4, myself and my colleagues are making presentations at each ANC in wards 3 and wards 4 this month. I've been also doing presentations in wards 1 and ward 7. So we are seeking to come to the ANCs so that we can ask for you to share this with your constituents. But that's the engagement we've done so far. I believe actually most of the other commissions are meeting this week, I think.
Can you just clarify, did you come to our ward 3 or ward 4 west of the park in March and April?
No, those workshops are held at the MLK Library and at our office at 899 North Cap.
Right. Okay. And in October and in November, did you come to this ward?
No, those were held at 899 North Cap.
So this is the first meeting where you have come to us, and it's a week before the survey deadline. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So yes, I think, thank you for that. Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, I support Commissioner Gore's motion. And Alex, if I could ask this question, is the survey technical in nature or more broadly based in terms of preferences by residents? In other words, are you presenting something that people are reacting to and you're saying, give us your response to X, Y, and Z? Or are you saying more broadly, what would you like to see, and so forth and so on?
A little bit of both. I would say the survey at the front is presenting information. What is your reaction to this information? But we've also included sections in the survey of please tell us your full thoughts, and like giving unlimited space and time for people to provide comment.
Yeah, how many responses do you have citywide at this point?
And the survey, let me see. I don't know if I have that information I can pull up now. I do not have that information to share now, but I can ask my colleagues tomorrow.
That's okay. No, just to reiterate, I'm going to support this motion. I think it's a very good idea, and I would want to be very aggressive in distributing access to the survey.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Commissioner Nagy.
I also support Commissioner Gore's motion. I think it's a really good idea. I think, frankly, it's a little shocking to me that, you haven't engaged. I'm sorry, with respect, it's a little shocking to me that you haven't engaged in wards 3 and 4. And I actually should rephrase that. It's not shocking because that seems to be the modus operandi in lots of ways. But it is disappointing, to say the least, that you haven't engaged, you, OP, not you personally, Alex, in wards 3 and 4. And here we are, a week before the survey closes, hearing that no engagement has been held so far in this ward, which is a very engaged ward. People care deeply about what's happening in the city with growth, with densification, with non-densification, with gentrification, with displacement, all the issues that you raised, whether there will be population growth with the birth rate worldwide declining. I mean, there are many, many issues that people here are very aware of, engaged on, and they deserve an opportunity to be heard. I hope that you will, in the strongest possible terms, advocate for extending this survey, not just for a few days, but for a while. I mean, I'm thinking months, not days. And I don't see what the harm in that would be to you. The more information you get from this ward, the better, right?
Yes,
So
I will make sure to
thank you.
share
I
that
hope
with
you
my
will. I
colleagues.
hope you will take that under advisement. And thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Yes, and also thank you to the folks with questions in chat. I am also copying those, and we will reach out to the commissioners and work on responses.
Okay, and a constituent has noted that she sees 1,100 responses per the survey website.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Grunewald?
Yeah, real short. Alex, would you please let us know as soon as possible if you are able to extend the survey and give us all the details? Would you please email our ANC or call us or text us, contact us, and let us know, okay?
What would be the best way to contact?
I think
Contact our chair.
all of our emails, and I can send those to you in the chat. It's by our SMD
Okay.
numbers, and yeah, I'll get.
I believe I have all the emails. Thank you. Yes, I will reach out when I return to the office tomorrow and work to get an answer as soon as possible.
Okay. So looks like we've had discussion. Commissioner Gore?
Yeah, I just want to add on. Typically, what we've done in the past is that our letter goes to the director of OP. And the director of Office of Planning has been always extremely very responsive. So I don't expect her to be anything less than responsive this time around. And she has normally gotten back to us with requests. Most of them have been granted. I don't think she's disproved anything that, we've previously asked a request for. Now, I understand this is citywide. It's not just for Chevy Chase ANC 34G. But I think in our formal letter, we need to make a very strong case of why this needs to be extended and potentially for wards 3 and ward 4. That's 2 wards out of the city. So the response, and in saying this, the response usually comes from the director of Office of Planning herself.
Thank you, Commissioner Gore. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there anything added to this, Commissioner Grunewald and Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask.
Commissioner
Sorry,
Grunewald
I just wanted to say, I don't know if this is the right time, but I'd like to make a motion that you, our chair, write a letter to the head of OP as soon as possible requesting this information.
Commissioner Grunewald, you have channeled your inner Lisa Gore. She already made that motion to send a formal
Did she? Okay.
letter to OP. Yes, maybe you stepped out that moment.
Okay, but but you're sending it, correct?
It would come out from the commission, and I would sign it as
great.
chair.
That's
Yes.
what I was trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
Just a quick factual question. Alex, when did your survey launch? Maybe you said it already and I missed it. I'm sorry.
I think he said April.
You're on mute, Alex.
Excuse me. I would have to double check the exact date, but I believe it was early April.
Okay, so you're about a month and maybe a month and a half into it. Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. So we've had a motion to send a formal letter to the Office of Planning, formally requesting extending the deadline for responses to the DC 2050 survey. And then we also want to post that letter publicly. And we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor? Okay, check the list here. We have Gore, yes. Sherman, yes. Simmons, yes. Grunewald, yes. Phinizy, yes. Goslin, yes. Nagy, yes. 7-0. All right, the motion has passed. Thank you very much. Commissioner Nagy, did you have a question? Okay, just hands coming down. I'm supposed to ask all those opposed. Nobody. Okay, great. Okay, so that concludes the presentation from the Office of Planning, and I will be following up with Alex also regarding a special meeting. It looks like our decision to put in some extra meetings was not amiss, so that's good. Of previous meetings. Okay, so at this point, we would be able to consolidate and put together the Rift Valley and GoVocal projects. So Commissioner Gore, this would be your time to recuse.
Yes. Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure, because on the agenda, it says discussion and possible vote protocols for GoVocal engagement. But what I understand that discussion involves, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, protocols for the Civic Core engagement site. So my question for that particular agenda item is it just protocols in general, or is it specifically protocols for the Civic Core?
My understanding is that it is in general, because this particular project, as it launched initially, was confusing to people, whether it was single SMD or ANC wide, and then just how do we make sure going forward that we delineate between the two. That's
Okay.
my understanding. So do you want us to just recuse you for the first one and call you back for the GoVocal?
Well, yeah, if there's, I see Commissioner Nagy and Grunewald have their hand raised. Is there any, you might want to ask if there's any commissioners that feel differently.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Grunewald?
Yes, I will be speaking extensively about the Civic Core during the GoVocal discussion.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Nagy?
I was going to say, I think there will be some discussion, at least, about the GoVocal Civic Core survey. So.
Okay, so I think if you want to err on the side of caution, probably just double stay away.
Yeah, so I think that the commission needs to be a little bit respectful on these topics, because there should be no reason that I have to recuse on GoVocal protocols in general.
Agreed.
And if it's going to be mixed in with the Civic Core, I think that does a disservice to myself. And I'm not sure why the protocols for the Civic Core would be any different from protocols in general.
And that's my understanding, was that we were doing them in general, but this particular survey had questions that triggered the need for protocols, just to make sure we were clear, which was SMD, which was ANC.
Okay. Well, for the record, the agenda says discussion and possible vote protocols for GoVocal.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that is a general discussion about the GoVocal protocols.
Okay.
Civic Core might come up, but that's not the topic of the agenda item. So I'm going to recuse on the resolution vote and current Rift Valley plan for Civic Core. And for the record, regarding the motion and discussion regarding that matter, I want to state clearly that I don't have a financial conflict of interest in this matter. However, BEGA has issued guidance to the commission advising that when a matter concerning a commissioner's outside affiliated entity comes before the ANC, taking action can implicate the prohibition against the appearance of a conflict and the requirement that our work be done in an impartial manner. As a board member of Chevy Chase Ford, I take these ethical standards seriously, therefore in strict adherence of BEGA's advisory guidance. To cure any potential appearance of a conflict, I'm voluntarily recusing myself from that particular agenda item. To allow the commission to deliberate completely freely, I'm going to drop off the meeting at this time. I request that the chair please notify me via text message when the discussion and voting on this matter have concluded so that I may log back on. I ask that the recording secretary please note this recusal in the official minutes, and I will forward you my statement so my exact language is included in the official minutes. Thank you, Chair Phinizy, for grouping these items together. I will be back on for the GoVocal discussion, and I'll stand by for your text message.
Roger that. Thank you. Okay. All righty. So, okay. Commissioner Nagy, did you have a question before? This is a Commissioner Sherman resolution.
I have a comment, maybe a question. Yeah, I mean, what I think has just happened is that we are now basically precluded from discussing much about the Civic Core as it relates to the GoVocal engagement that has been put out by Commissioners Gosselin and Simmons. And I foresee that we will have to have a separate discussion from which Commissioner Core might consider recusing herself to address those issues because they need to be addressed. And they need to be addressed. Just today, there was a Chevy Chase Chatter post and a listserv post that encouraged the entire community.
Okay, Commissioner Nagy, could you hold that until after we go to we have the Rift Valley Civic Core one.
I will hold it, but I want a commitment that we will have an agenda item to discuss the fact that the GoVocal survey, or whatever you want to call it, has now been opened up to the entire community in derogation of an ANC ruling that it didn't want that. So they've just completely ignored.
Okay, so when we get to GoVocal, we'll talk about GoVocal.
Well, I'm not. The point I'm making, Commissioner Phinizy, is I cannot talk about GoVocal when we get to GoVocal because what I want to talk about involves the Civic Core. So
you can talk about it. If Commissioner Gore needs to recuse herself, she can recuse herself. That doesn't mean you can't talk about it. I'm not understanding where you're coming from here.
I see that.
Did you just call on me?
I did, Commissioner Grunewald.
Yes. So what I'd like to say with regard to Lisa's comment about the agenda item not including the Civic Core, and to reiterate what Liz just said, something occurred today to change that agenda item.
Okay, so we will talk about it when we get to that item. Commissioner Grunewald, we need to.
I just want to finish my sentence. That's all. Sorry. That necessitates us talking about the Civic Core. And Lisa made it sound like, it was some nefarious thing that we changed the agenda. We didn't. It's not a nefarious thing. The agenda is the way it is, and the reason it's now changed because we're going to be talking about the Civic Core, and the reason for that is something occurred today that changes the agenda item. Thank you.
Let us hold that until we get to that item. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Sherman.
Just a quick suggestion. If we roll into the GoVocal discussion after the resolution discussion, and we have the very first part of that entertain commissioner concerns that might involve the Civic Core, then we could simply demarcate the time and then invite back Commissioner Gore when we go into general protocols. In other words, there's a way to manage it, it would seem to me.
It would seem so. Okay. Thank you. All right. Do you want to go ahead and talk about the Rift Valley plan for Civic Core based on data key findings? You had a resolution with possible vote. Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, thank you. Just to use as a point of departure the conversation that we're just having. Interesting, of course, the survey that we were discussing has since early April citywide 1,100 responses. The two surveys that have been ANC wide, the two large surveys in 2023 and 2025, had together 4,400 plus responses. We often hear about surveys being representative. We hear about whether surveys are done that involve the entire community, the limited value in some people's minds of surveys and so forth. They are the most efficient way, and if professionally done, the best way of getting feedback at scale. We cannot, as commissioners, go out and knock on every single door and talk to people face to face. And even if we could do that, there would be wide variation in the administration of any questionnaire, commissioner by commissioner. We wouldn't have comparable results. So I'm simply noting that we have an enormous body of information already, data in our possession in this commission that is directly relevant to evaluating the Rift Valley proposal. What brings us to the point right now of wanting to issue a statement is the following. The city announced on January 16th the award to Rift Valley. DMPED hosted its community meeting on February 28th. The commission has, and of course, Chair Phinizy, you have been the leader on this, the commission has repeatedly asked DMPED for a meeting with the ANC, not the community writ large in a DMPED hosted meeting, but to come before the ANC to answer questions. And thus far, that meeting has not happened, and we understand it won't happen until June 4th. Meanwhile, and this is all context in the resolution, so what I'm narrating here is captured in the resolution itself. What we are mindful of is that DMPED and Rift Valley are reportedly in the final stages of negotiating their plan, the final design. And as a consequence, it's incumbent upon this commission to share sooner rather than later any views that the commission has to convey community concerns to DMPED while these final negotiations are taking place. Once those negotiations conclude, and we have or do not have a different version of the Rift Valley plan, then of course the commission wants to reserve the right to look at that, understand that, solicit views from the community, and go back to DMPED with any further views. But given where we are right now, it's important for the commission, in my view, to articulate to DMPED and reiterate views that our community has expressed in the past, and that is what sort of creates the context for this resolution. Let me just say that when I speak of the community, I'm speaking about, of course, what we understand from the ANC-wide surveys. I only represent one single member district, and I represent constituents, 2,240 or 50 constituents, many of whom have expressed their views on the Civic Core and have expressed them several times. So it's on the basis of that that I formulate my own positions as a commissioner. I don't vote my own personal views. I want to be very clear. A majority of my residents have, in both surveys, indicated a majority that they do not support housing at the Civic Core. If, on the other hand, or if it happened that a majority did support housing at the Civic Core, I would be a commissioner in favor of housing at the Civic Core, just to be very clear about where I personally stand. So the resolution has changed a little bit. Let me, if we can share the screen, Chair Phinizy, because I want the community and my fellow commissioners to see the resolution as it currently exists. The draft initially was out for a full week. It's largely the same in its tone and its thrust, but there are a few differences. So if we can share, then I can.
Okay. Do you have it up?
I do.
Okay. Can you share?
There it is.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just walk fellow commissioners and the community through it. What I was indicating in kind of the preamble of these resolutions, as you know, how these are written, they're meant to create context, understand the reason for a given resolution, what is moving things in this direction right now. As I indicated, we haven't yet had this meeting with DMPED. The developer and DMPED are in final negotiations, we understand, and that we have this body of information. And that body of information has previously, by way of resolutions expressed from the commission, led us to say that the city should reconsider its housing plans, abandon its housing plans for the Civic Core. This was the resolution in July 2025, and to prioritize modernization of the community center library. Again, these are based on views expressed in the surveys by our constituents. To modernize the community center library while preserving meaningful green space and recreational facilities. And at the same time, in our March 2026 resolution, just passed 2 months ago, treat any designation of the site as surplus to facilitate housing as a separate unresolved policy question prior to considering disposition of the property. We called for two separate legislative bills, two separate legislative hearings in that resolution in March of 2026. That, again, based on the survey data, majorities of respondents oppose housing at the Civic Core, as well as declaring the site surplus to facilitate housing. And that respondents strongly support open space and neighborhood compatible scale. Now, when we look at the responses from those who support housing, we also see a divergence, and we see largely a body of data that indicate that even those who support housing in the surveys would not endorse the Rift Valley proposal that we currently have. They expressed their views directly about it with respect to their preference for the different designs that were presented last year, the 8 different design concepts. The survey of last year, 2025 survey, allowed neighbors to evaluate all 8 proposals, and approximately 15% of respondents provided Rift Valley with the first choice. Additional 23% indicated it was the second choice. It wasn't the first choice among the respondents on the survey. Also, in the surveys, in the copious comments, hundreds and hundreds of comments, which we have looked at, analyzed in great depth and detail, those reflect concerns regarding neighborhood compatibility in terms of the size and scale of the development, issues around traffic, parking, public infrastructure impacts. I would add also educational capacity at Lafayette, Deal, and Jackson Reed. And so there have been lots of concerns expressed from the community. At the same time, we are mindful that the Rift Valley proposal, as evaluated by residents in 2025, has materially changed. As we all know, it essentially has changed in terms of the proportion of affordable housing versus market rate. It was previously, as originally proposed, roughly a third of low-income housing, a third market workforce housing, a third market rate housing, and now it's just about the reverse. It's 30% affordable housing, 70% market rate. So the plan has changed significantly. So the resolution resolves that, as currently conceived, the proposal, the Rift Valley proposal, lacks clear consensus support among Chevy Chase residents and requires substantial refinement to better align with expressed community preferences. The ANC in this resolution reiterates that redevelopment of the Civic Core must prioritize high-quality civic facilities, together with accessible green space and recreational facilities, and also that the ANC 34G requests that no district proposal for surplus or disposition regarding the Civic Core proceed until the Commission and the public have had an opportunity to review and provide input on the final negotiated Rift Valley plan. And the last resolve is simply distribution of the resolution itself. So that is the resolution. This revised version is what we would move for a vote tonight. It departs a bit from the prior draft, but not that substantively in terms of the thrust of the resolution.
Point of order.
I open up for questions. Yes.
Could I just ask that you explain where, since I've been looking at the draft that was on the site, could you just explain where the differences are, particularly in the therefores?
Well, I don't think that they're fundamentally different, Commissioner Goslin. I'd have to look at the draft text and have it and compare it one to the other. Both of the drafts have reiterated the basic point that the Rift Valley proposal lacks consensus support. That's the basic thrust of this, and that the Commission, based on its prior resolutions, is reiterating that the redevelopment of the Civic Core must prioritize the civic facilities. Those are really the two main things, and there's not huge difference there. Commissioner questions and then community questions. Commissioners, anyone, Commissioner wish to ask a question or make a point?
Commissioner Goslin.
Thank you. Let me start by saying where I have some sympathy for this resolution. I have said before, and I say again, I think the Rift Valley proposal includes too much housing at an already heavily used site. I also think that DMPED and the mayor have made a mistake in not coming to us, basically freezing us out. June 4th is awfully close to July, when, at least as we now understand it, the Bowser administration is likely to forward its proposal for the site to the council. So those are the two places that I have some sympathy for this. But the entire thrust of this resolution is premised on the notion that I think appears in the whereas ANC survey data shows that majorities of respondents oppose housing at the Civic Core site. And I just need to remind people that, for example, in my SMD, a majority of respondents favored housing. In SMD 05, a majority of respondents favored housing. In Commissioner Sherman's SMD, if I see the figures correctly, it was not 50% that favored housing. Now, it is true, the word in the whereas that I'm referring to is majorities, plural. There was a majority in Commissioner Grunewald's, Commissioner Phinizy's, and Commissioner Nagy's. But this seems premised on the notion that the majority of respondents, and by inference, the majority of the community, are against housing and affordable housing at the site. I mean, one of the ways in which that shows up in the wording, I think, in certainly the draft that was posted, and I think it's the same here, is that the very first therefore is that ANC 34G finds no clear community consensus supports the Rift Valley proposal. Yeah, it's also true that no clear community consensus opposes it either. It is a changed proposal. For my money, it isn't changed enough, but I'm prepared to listen to people for a while before I speak on the subject, and so I will be voting no.
Chair Phinizy, if I could just answer Commissioner Goslin, respond to his comment. Commissioner Goslin,
Please address your comments to me. Thank you.
So Chair Phinizy, with respect to Commissioner Goslin's comments, in 2023, the percentage was roughly 37% opposed redevelopment of the Civic Core. In the survey in 2025, it was roughly 51-44% opposed across the ANC. Different SMDs had different response rates, that's for sure. But overall, it's been consistent. And in my SMD, a majority has never supported housing at the Civic Core. And so it's on that basis that we make the statement that we do in the resolution.
Commissioner Goslin, can I take the opportunity to call on other commissioners for a moment who haven't spoken yet? Commissioner Simmons.
Hi, I would like again to request to receive this revised document in email. I think we should, especially when we're discussing information, it's just imperative to share new documents with our colleagues, just so that we're informed and not seeing things for the first time. I'm sure the public would appreciate that as well. In the first draft, I had some comments, so my comments is going to be based on what was sent out a week ago. I just want to note that, again, as Commissioner Goslin mentioned, my single member district supported affordable housing at this site. I also want to comment that given some of our Ward 4 colleagues, they are furthest from the site, and other commissions like 3F and 3E, we didn't significantly survey the ANCs, nor do we, they are more than likely to support or have mentioned that they support housing at the site. So I have an issue with us providing comments on what's sufficient for the site, given that DMPED is looking at things as a whole for our city. So I'm just saying that it's exclusive. These surveys were exclusive and not inclusive of all Washingtonians and residents in the city. The issue on the Rift Valley proposal, I want to remind the community that our request from DMPED, after we saw the initial 8 respondents to the RFP, was to comment on what our preferences were, what we liked from the proposals. We liked XYZ. Since we're speaking of Rift Valley, we can say that we like that Rift Valley gave us more outdoor space than others. You know, if it's true or not, that's nothing to be debated, but just saying that Rift Valley provided, we like that one because it gives us outdoor space, all of the above, etc. So the fact that the community in the survey did not select Rift Valley, that was not within our purview. And I just want the community to understand that we cannot say that this shouldn't have been selected because it's not in our purview. As with all government, there is a selection panel that looks at requests for proposals, who are the subject matter expert from real estate, from the city. So they are the most informed to select a developer, not our ANC. I don't do real estate full time. So I just want people to be cognizant of that. That was not a request from us. My other point is that the resolution discusses surplus and disposition and not a public good. I just want to remind the community that assisting and helping our residents in this city with affordable housing is a use of public good. Finally, I won't be supporting this resolution. I will have a minority opinion to include with this resolution in the event that it does pass. And finally, I will request again to please provide me with the updated and revised resolution related to this document. And I hope going forward, our ANC will be more inclusive and not continue to be exclusive as it has been in the past. Thank you.
Okay, going to commissioners here, Commissioner Grunewald.
Yes, I would just like to say I support this resolution. Thank you, Bruce, very much for writing it. It's excellent. And I would like to say it works off our ANC's previous resolution that supported our residents saying that they didn't want housing on the Civic Corps site. I want to just address a couple of points that were just raised. I think it's quite possible that in SMD 05, that support for housing may have been higher because Corinthia's survey didn't include the possibility of choosing no housing.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order. What is your point?
She addressed the commissioner addressed myself and referenced the survey. I don't have a
didn't
survey.
Address you. She referred to your survey, but she didn't address
What
you.
survey? What survey?
She's referred to a survey.
What survey, Chair Phinizy? I don't have a survey. Thank you.
Commissioner Grunewald.
Yes, I have a copy of it. It was when we were all going around working on the survey, and Corinthia had a handout that she was passing out, and there was no opportunity to ask for housing. So perhaps that is the reason why she got a higher than average vote for housing, because people didn't know that they could vote against housing. And then the second point I'd like to raise.
That's not true, Chair.
Second point I'd like to raise is that it's our community.
Sorry, hold on just a moment, everyone.
Point of order, I'm being interrupted.
Okay, we need Commissioner Grunewald has the floor, please. Okay. Commissioner Grunewald, you should have the floor.
And the other point I'd like to make is it's our community center for Chevy Chase. There's no reason why people from all over the city need to comment on what we should have in our own community center and library. I don't go and tell people in Ward 5 or Ward 8 or Ward 1 or 2 what they should have on a public site in their neighborhoods. I think that we should be able to decide what kind of library, what kind of community center, and whether or not we want housing on our own public land that is located within our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Nagy.
Chair Phinizy, I have said point of order. I have not passed out a survey, so I want that removed from this. The only survey that's should be referred to that I was referring to was the survey from 2025, which showed that my SMD supported the housing.
Okay, I will follow up with Commissioner Grunewald on that one. Commissioner Nagy. Commissioner Nagy, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I do. Sorry. I was still muted. I apologize. I just wanted to point out that a commissioner stated that Ward 4 is far away from the community center and library and the civic core, and that, first of all, it's not very far away, and secondly, residents in Ward 4 use the civic core extensively. So to whether they're far away distance-wise or not far away distance-wise hardly matters, considering that they use it all the time. And I saw some love signs go up when I said that from a Ward 4 resident. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, as a resident of Ward 4 myself, at the community center and the library up on Connecticut Avenue are my only community center and library. Otherwise, I would have to get in my car and either go across the park or go down to Tenleytown or Palisades, Cleveland Park. It'd be much farther. I can walk to the one because I'm only one block over from the Ward 3, Ward 4 boundary. So just from my personal experience, yeah, my neighborhood uses that heavily. Okay. I do see some constituents' hands up. You guys can have, we don't have a motion on the floor yet, so you can have a minute. But if we have had a motion, just so you know, once a vote has been called for and we're in discussion for a vote, we don't have constituent comments. So you guys can have a minute each. I'll call Libby Martin.
Hello, everybody. Good evening, commissioners. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Chevy Chase Forward to strongly urge ANC 34G to reject Commissioner Sherman's draft resolution regarding the Rift Valley proposal for our civic core. First, this resolution misrepresents our extensive history of community engagement and seeks to delay progress on facilities that our community urgently needs. ANC 34G first raised the need for a significant upgrade to this site back in April 2016. After a decade-long process featuring dozens of public meetings and an exhaustive small area plan, we are finally on the verge of moving forward. Our current public facilities are deteriorating to the point of becoming completely obsolete, and we cannot afford further delays. Second, the resolution falsely asserts that adding housing is an unresolved policy question. It is not. In July 2022, the DC Council unanimously approved the Chevy Chase Small Area Plan, which explicitly required a residential component at the site. Furthermore, building affordable housing in Ward 3 is a clear and compelling public purpose that fully justifies using the surplus airspace. Third, relying on the ANC's 2023 and 2025 surveys to halt this project is inappropriate and unpersuasive. These non-professional surveys never demonstrated a clear community consensus, and they were conducted before DMPED even selected the current Rift Valley proposal. Yes, the Rift Valley proposal still requires
Point of order.
Chevy Chase Forward
Point of order.
The original proposal.
Point of order.
Commissioner Nagy.
Thank you. Ms. Martin has exceeded her minute in time.
Okay. Thank you.
And I would like to call for the vote.
Your point is well taken. Okay, are you calling the question, Commissioner Nagy?
I am calling the question.
Okay, so,
Actually, I'm calling for the vote. I'm not calling the
okay, then
question.
you have to make a motion.
I am. I'm making a motion to call for the vote.
Point of order, I don't think we have a motion on the
We
floor.
don't have a motion on the floor, so you have to
Okay.
make, you can't call the question.
Okay,
because-
I move that Commissioner Sherman's motion regarding the Civic Core. I move to put it on the floor. And then I will call for the vote.
Okay, so you move to vote to support Commissioner Sherman's resolution regarding the Rift Valley Chevy Chase Core proposal?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have a second?
Bruce.
Yeah, of course. But my question is, are we simply here looking at whether we're going to vote now on this, or we would close off discussion and debate if that were the case, and community participation?
If you second the motion, then that closes off community debate. We can still talk among ourselves as commissioners. If there is a motion on the floor, the question can be called, which would tell us if we wanted to, if it would direct us to have a vote. If we have a supermajority, a 2/3 vote, then that would cut off debate. Excuse me, just a minute, my dog. Cut off debate and require us to vote immediately.
We're just proceeding to determine whether we want to vote now as opposed to not. Is that correct?
Well, what?
Not entirely. So Commissioner Nagy has made a movement to vote to pass the resolution on Rift Valley Civic Core. I don't believe we have a second at this point. If we have a second, then we will discuss as a motion, which cuts off community debate. Once we have a motion, we do not have community debate. Community public engagement.
Could I make a procedural?
Carol Grunewald said she did second it, by the way.
Okay. Excuse me, because we were talking over each other. So I believe Peter was talking first, but I did hear Carol. Peter, your question.
Well, all I was going to suggest, just to make this a clean thing, is why doesn't Bruce make the motion and Liz second? That gets his resolution on the floor. Do you not want to do that, Bruce?
I'm on it. Let me just speak candidly to everyone. I see that John Wheeler has had his hand up. He'd like to speak. John Wheeler is a constituent of mine. I'd be perfectly happy to hear him speak. I don't want to close this off prematurely to keep neighbors from having an opportunity to say what they'd like to say. However, we work that in with the motion and so forth. I do want to eventually get to a vote. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I will withdraw my motion.
And I will withdraw my second.
Chair Phinizy, I would like to request for also Commissioner Sherman's constituent, Ms. Martin, for her statement to be added into the record since she wasn't given an opportunity to finish discussing her statement. And finally, Chair Phinizy, I would like to request that when we allow community members to speak, that we treat all discussion topics fairly. We allow people the same time. I don't think we should pick and choose which topics or which community members get to talk over their allotted.
Everybody gets a minute.
Can someone please mute the constituent talking over me? Can you please make sure that all community members have the same opportunity, that we don't allow some community members to speak longer than others, and we don't follow rules of timing when it's certain commissioners. So, I mean, when it's certain constituents, I want everyone to be treated fairly and the same. So if we're going to start keeping time, we keep time for all constituents, we keep time for all commissioners, because some commissioners speak longer than others. Treat everyone fairly. Everyone fairly. That's all I'm asking. So finally, please put Ms. Martin's statement in the record. Thank you.
So Commissioner Simmons, if you want Ms. Martin's statement in the record, you'll need to make a motion to include it into the record, and it will need to be approved by a majority of the commissioners here. Because normally the only thing in the record are minutes and resolutions. Any other documents will need to be approved by a majority of the commission. Do you wish to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that Ms. Martin's statement is included in the record. Is there a second?
Second from Ward 7. I've been on this call since 7 o'clock. Come on, y'all. It's 9:21.
Whoa.
I'm sorry. Where was that from?
That came from Ms. Stamper.
Wow.
Okay, that's not okay to speak out of turn.
But
Okay,
it's also not okay for you to
I'm
So
sorry.
Chair Phinizy, you did not let
mute in the
Ms.
comments.
Stamper,
Mute
how
in the
is it
public.
that you have a mic? Ms.
Okay.
Stamper, how is it that you have a mic?
I turned it
So Chair
on, ma'am.
Phinizy,
I turned it on.
Ms.
Let her talk.
Stitcher, she also talked out of turn. So
Okay,
again,
so-
let's treat everyone fairly. So Commissioner Gosselin second my motion. So can we take a vote?
that's what I was trying to check on. Okay, so we have.
I have a
motion.
question. I have a question about the motion.
We normally don't ask questions after a motion has been made. We have a motion to post Mrs. Martin's statement in the record. Do you know the statement to which we are referring? It was the letter that was sent to the commission from the Chevy Chase Forward group.
Are you talking to me, Chair?
Yes.
Yes. No, I know. I
Okay.
want to know what in the record means. That's my question. What does in the record mean? Does it mean going into the minutes?
It would mean going into the minutes, and items are not usually posted into
No.
the minutes unless they are approved. Other texts are not going into the minutes unless they are approved by a majority vote.
Thank you.
Okay, so that would be in the minutes then. Okay, in the record. Okay, all those in favor of posting that into the record, say aye. Matrix. I see Gosselin, and I see Simmons. Okay, all those opposed, say nay.
Nay. I see a bunch of hands up, so I want to be
I
clear.
know, I'm checking
Yeah.
one by one. Grunewald? Nay. Phinizy? Nay. Nagy? Nay. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 2, 4. The motion does not pass. And I would also note that items where we have presentations and we are adhering to the time limits, where we have like a community presentation, that is where we do have community opportunity to talk there. Okay, Mr. Wheeler, would you like to talk for a minute?
Yes. First, I'd like to say with what Bruce Sherman had to say initially about the surveys, I agree that going door to door is not efficient. Taking a survey is efficient. I disagree with what he said about this being professionally done. These are very amateurish surveys. I also really disagree with the whole concept of surveying. That's not really what representative government is about. If you want to have a survey, just set up a system where people vote and get rid of the ANC. And you would benefit by maybe studying Cicero on representative government. Also, Ms. That I agree. I'm seeing you smile. That's funny. I will make a comment on the motion to call the question. That doesn't mean that only the less privileged people get to speak. Everyone is cut off when that's done. So that's just so you understand Robert's rules. I also would like to make sure that anybody that has financially contributed to Chevy Chase Voice has recused themselves from this. It appears that since only one person has recused himself, that must not be the case.
Mr. Wheeler, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And it is up to commissioners individually, as you may have heard in previous meetings, to decide whether they want to recuse themselves based on the DC code, the ANC bylaws, and any guidance they may have gotten from OAG or BEGA.
Commissioner Phinizy, I just want to
Yes.
mention, I'm now using a timer for 1 minute so that
Okay,
it's clear. Okay, that was what that
Okay.
was.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Turner?
Yes, I'd like to first thank Commissioner Sherman and Gosselin for raising the fact that when you were going to stop the community to give us an opportunity to speak and then move to a vote would have been improper. And as a community member of this meeting, it's getting sort of tiring that the community can never speak. So if I have a few more minutes, I would really like to hear the rest of Mrs. Martin's statement. So if she can just pick up where she left off, and I will yield the rest of my minutes to her. Thank you.
That is not going to be possible, but the statement is available on the Chevy Chase listserv. It was posted, I believe, yesterday, where you can have it, see it in its entirety. And if you don't have it there, we can send you a copy because we have it.
Thank you. I would like you to send me a copy.
So if you just put your email in the chat, and so make sure I have it.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr.
I
Howell.
see that my mic is not disabled. The chat is disabled.
Okay, I've disabled your mic. Thank you so much for letting me know. Mr. Heilman? Brian Heilman, are you there?
Chair Phinizy, I am here.
Okay, thank you.
I just have
You have a minute, just so you know.
1 minute, very quickly. One of the elements that's been missing from the conversation about the DMPED proposal is the entire small area plan. And if Sarosh Olpadwala has approved a tax abatement for Safeway already, as is the rumor, then it changes the entire complexion of the plan for the Civic core, and it should remain undeveloped without any housing on top of it. And it should be revealed to the extent that the district government knows that. Otherwise, I think it's going to be the subject of lawsuits for a long time to come. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heilman. All right, Mr. Sherman, I do see one constituent ahead of you. All right, thank you. Ms. Wolf Traeger, I hope I said your last name right.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I just want to say that, a 3-hour meeting and letting each of us sitting here speak for 1 minute is not acceptable. It's 3 to 5 minutes would be a reasonable amount of time to let us speak. But 1 minute, we can't even get a paragraph out of our mouths. I would please ask the commission to reconsider this because it is keeping the community silent on these important issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we would all enjoy shorter meetings, but I think the town hall framework, like we're going to have with the Office of Planning meeting, that it will allow for more robust and more time. Okay, Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah, this isn't the time to have a long conversation about survey methodology. I think it would be helpful, perhaps, and I'd be happy to sponsor separate Zoom conversation about the surveys, how the 2023, 2025 surveys were conducted. I will say this, that both of those surveys were peer reviewed by survey research professionals, several of whom reside in our district: Stephen Connors, Susan Geely. Jerry Mallitz reviewed the survey in 2023. Jerry Mallitz was also a consultant in 2025. Don Ellison, a long-standing survey methodologist, researcher, whom I worked with professionally for almost 20 years, also reviewed the 2025 survey. These were not amateurishly put together. They were professionally developed, contrary to the statements made here tonight. And the 2025 survey was tested with a group of neighbors who adhered to a testing protocol, testing methodology. The results that have come from the surveys absolutely can be trusted by the community. And one thing I would say that we all want to keep in mind: every survey response is a neighbor talking to us, as if we had gone out and knocked on their door. And so when we somewhat cavalierly characterize surveys as amateurish and so forth and so on, it tends to have the negative effect of disparaging the remarks that people have made, and discredits their participation, which is not what we're looking for. We're looking to expand engagement, expand participation. But again, I'd be happy to have a conversation in great depth and detail with anyone who'd like about our surveys over time. Commissioner Gaussen has his hand up. You're muted, Peter.
This is not the time to debate surveys, but given Commissioner Sherman's comment, I just want to say that I think the fact that, for example, my SMD, a majority of people favored a housing at the community center site tells you something about this as a means of understanding one's community. What these surveys have done in the past several years have basically, people have taken them as if they were votes. And they are not. The votes people cast are for the commissioners. And in my case, the easy out for me would be to say I'm for affordable housing because my SMD is for affordable housing. And I believe that each of us has to bring our own judgment to it, and we have to listen to people in other ways than turning them into percentages and numbers and acting as if that's a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Michelle Wolin, you have a minute.
Since Peter just mentioned the results of his 2025 survey, I would remind him that in 2023, his SMD was different. A majority of people voted against housing, and that was also the case with Corinthia's SMD in 2023. And for Peter, at least, I believe, I don't have it right in front of me, I believe he had 18 more respondents in 2023. Secondly, I know of people who said they wanted housing on the survey on 2025, but didn't want any of the proposals. So even if you got a yes vote, it doesn't mean they necessarily wanted Rift Valley. But let me also say, one or two SMDs, this is our entire, we have 7 SMDs. You look at the whole community is affected by this. Secondly, I've been to every meeting for 6 years on this. The 2020 ANC pushed this on the community with the help of certain advocacy groups, which are here now. They never went to the community. They never did. I brought it up all the time. And you know that, Peter. And they never did it. They pushed it on this community. We finally get a survey with over 2,000 responses.
Michelle, your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Gosselin. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sherman. You're muted, I think.
Sorry about that. Yeah, this is also not the time to debate whether the ANC is participatory or representative government, but I would just stress this. The ANCs, and I've written extensively about this, many of you know, if you go back and you look at the Home Rule Act, the ANC Act, we're a commission. We're not another layer of representative government. And I think community members who think that should read the Home Rule Act to understand the history of the ANCs and what we're about. We're here to capture and convey the views of our neighbors, and our great weight resolutions only have great weight when they really truly reflect the will of the people. So we can talk about this and have all kinds of philosophical conversations about Cicero or Edmund Burke or Plato or Aristotle, whoever you'd like, but we need to be clear that we're not another layer of representative government. We were not created that way. We're a commission. Anyway, I would like to make the motion to move to approve the resolution as drafted.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second motion to approve the resolution as drafted. It's been seconded. And this is the resolution on the Rift Valley Plan for the Civic Core. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, no.
Okay, I see Sherman. I see Grunewald. I see Nagy. Okay. All those opposed say nay. I see Gosselin.
Hey, and please mute community members. They're talking during the vote.
I muted. I muted the person who was talking.
Okay.
No worries.
And I have Commissioner Gosselin and Simmons, nay. So by 4-2, the motion passes.
Tennessee, as I stated earlier, I will have a minority opinion to be included in this resolution. So please do not send this resolution without my minority opinion. And I'm going to request again to obtain a copy of the revised resolution that was shared on the screen today. Thank you.
Chair Phinizy, if I could ask that minority opinion be delivered in a certain time frame, because the timing of the resolution is important.
Okay.
Yes, time frame of when I'm going to get the updated document. It would be nice to have that out.
You'll get that forthwith.
Okay.
So can we get
look for that by for the minority opinion and for the resolution to be able to go out together by end of the day Friday, if not before? Is that doable?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Hold on just a second. All right. Now we had some discussion about the GoVocal, and I thought we were going to look at protocols because we want to make sure that the GoVocal software that we paid for to engage with our constituents is both usable for SMD specific engagement as well as for ANC wide engagement. And we had the GoVocal engagement package put together by Commissioner Gosselin, used by Commissioner Gosselin and Simmons to start initiating discussion on the Civic core, but there are some concerns about that. So I think it would be helpful to have any discussion that has to do with the Civic core right away, and then so that we can, if we have general protocols, we can bring in Commissioner Gore as soon as possible. So are there any commissioners who have concerns? I think Commissioner Grunewald, you had indicated some concerns there, and Commissioner Nagy. So if we can keep the Civic core focus first and get it out of the way, then I'll let Commissioner Gore know to stand by, and I can move on there. Okay, Commissioner Grunewald.
Yeah. So at our April 24 meeting, we were presented with a fait accompli Civic Core presentation / survey on GoVocal written by Peter Gosselin that none of us knew he was putting together. Also at that April 24 meeting, ANC 34G voted not to do an ANC-wide survey on GoVocal. Subsequent to that meeting, Peter said he decided to use the GoVocal presentation that he created only for his and Corinthia's SMDs. But today, just hours before the start of this meeting, Peter Gosselin opened the survey out to the listservs and invited the entire community and beyond to take his survey, thereby doing exactly what the ANC prohibited him from doing in its vote on April 24. So what I'd like to ask this commission is, what recourse does this commission have for dealing with a commissioner who purposefully ignores a directive of his own ANC? I would like to explore this. I mean, I feel that at the very least, Peter has shown a complete lack of respect for the ANC and his fellow commissioners. He has shown that he doesn't even give his own ANC the great weight that other DC agencies must accord to ANC decisions. As I see it, there are two avenues for action. I believe Peter's actions should result in the removal of the presentation /survey from the GoVocal site. Either this or other commissioners must have immediate access to the site to remove the biases and inaccurate information contained therein. I want to emphasize that two commissioners, Gosselin and Simmons, who were both diehard advocates of putting housing on the Civic core, put this survey together and are promoting it, and that their bias is against those who want to keep the Civic core site 100% public.
Commissioner Grunewald, I would ask that you refrain from using it in possibly inflammatory language like biases. Thank you very much.
Well, there's no other word for it. It reflects their points of view. How's that?
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Okay. And that reflects their points of view. Well, I don't have to read that sentence again. So I want to emphasize that two commissioners, Gosselin and Simmons, who are both diehard advocates of putting housing on the Civic core, put this survey together and are promoting it, and that their points of view against those who want to keep the Civic core site 100% public and without housing permeate both their GoVocal commentary and their survey. The way I see it, by opening up the survey to the entire community, Mr. Gosselin has trespassed on my SMD.
Commissioner Grunewald, we need to have language that is considerate and not inflammatory.
Thenceforth, I will have no compunction about knocking on constituent doors in their SMDs. The commission rejected Gosselin's survey because it was clearly based on his point of view and contains some inaccurate information. It was also not reviewed by survey experts and wasn't trial tested in a small focus group that would have brought any biases to the surface so they could be corrected. And on top of ignoring the will of his own ANC, Gosselin also ignored the comments from other commissioners and from constituents who pointed out specifically how and where Peter's, I don't know another word for bias, revealed itself. He took their comments, ignored them, and went about his merry way. He did not even correct factual mistakes that were pointed out to him. Much of the commentary in this GoVocal presentation consists of speculation and conjecture, and much of the commentary and many of the questions are written in a way that elicits the response the writer is seeking. Some of the most egregious examples of another word for bias and prejudice on the part of the writer
Commissioner Grunewald, you may not.
I don't. Can you please give me another word for bias?
You can say point of view.
Okay, some of the most egregious examples of Mr. Gosselin's point of view and prejudice on the part of the writer are: one, providing a list of 6 reasons why, quote, people have given in recent public meetings for supporting housing and affordable housing at the community center library site. But Mr. Gosselin provides no similar list of reasons why other people have given in recent public hearings for not supporting housing on the site. Two hefty paragraphs, not one, but 2 paragraphs interspersed in 2 parts of the presentation that discourage respondents from expressing their desire to not have housing on the site by stating that the city has already decided that housing must be included in the development project, even though similar proposals containing housing elsewhere in the city have been defeated, even after the city chose a developer. I feel that he's just foreclosing possibilities based on his own point of view.
Okay.
The Gosselin survey states, quote, preserving the site's open space has become a proxy for limiting the density of development. That's a very prejudicial statement. There are other problems with the commentary or the survey, including the following. He takes up several pages describing and asking survey questions about the appearance of the proposed development. These questions are absurd. The size and the appearance of the building.
Commissioner Grunewald, you may not use the word absurd. I'm going to rule on that.
Okay, these questions are
no. Okay.
Don't make sense. The size and appearance of the building or buildings depend entirely on whether the builder can obtain financing and can afford to build everything they list in their proposal. I'll bet my right arm that the builder will come back to the city and say he can't possibly afford to build what he promised and now needs some concessions from the city. Another floor or two, more mass, less green space, no underground parking or less parking, etc., etc. All of this will affect the size and the appearance of the development. At this point, the project is just a pretty drawing on the back of a napkin.
Okay.
And
Commissioner,
another point I'd like to make is that Gosselin's commentary survey says nothing about the quality of the open space, but instead blithely believes the developer who says he will double the amount
Point
of
of order,
space.
Chair Phinizy. This agenda item is not to go over this GoVocal item. This is not on the agenda. We're not going over this item. This is not on the agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. The point is well taken. Commissioner Grunewald, okay, so you've made some comments that you disagree with the survey, but as we know, we do have free speech here. No, you do not have the floor at this moment. I have the floor. So we do have free speech. What the question is there something that is there some protocol in the use of this that is not is preventing, let me say this a better way. Commissioners can engage their own constituents as they like. What is your concern about his writing or whatever aside? What is your concern about having this commissioner engage his constituents in a manner that he sees fit? That is the question.
Can I respond, please? He's not engaging his own constituents. He's opened it up to the entire city and beyond.
So this is the question then. Irrespective of the content, whether you agree with it or not, I think the question is it clearly identified as a single member district engagement tool?
Yes.
Is it
yes.
Is it not? And if it's not, how should it be? And
yes.
that's where we need to focus, because that's the protocol,
yes.
because our views may differ. But I think as commissioners, we are allowed to say what we think to our constituents, and they're allowed to say to us. So the questions, if it were an ANC-wide survey, I think, yes, okay, you can hash them out. But I think, what is your specific concern about the SMD? When you say he's opened it up to all?
Yes, I'd like to know the protocol for dealing with a commissioner who has contravened the will of the ANC by putting out an all ANC-wide survey when we voted not to do that.
Okay.
That's the protocol. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to give Commissioner Gosselin an opportunity to respond there. Maybe tell us how you have
my hand up, Commissioner Phinizy. I've had it up for a long time.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Nagy is on the left.
Thank you, and it's okay. On this point, in fact.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Nagy.
Thank you. I think the relationship, I mean, I'm not going to go over the content of the GoVocal engagement, but I think the issue is in terms of protocol. The ANC had decided on a protocol, and that protocol was, in fact, violated. Okay, and so I'm not done. I see you wanting to say something, but I want to finish what I said. I'm reading from an email that was put up on the Chevy Chase listserv today. And this is quoting Commissioner Gosselin, while we're putting up the website for residents of the parts of Chevy Chase we've been elected to represent, fair enough, right? Everybody is welcome to use it. And you go down a little bit further on the page where he gives instructions on how to engage in the GoVocal engagement tool. Just one more step. Tell whether you live in Commissioner Simmons' district, mine, or elsewhere in Chevy Chase, Barnaby Woods, Hawthorne neighborhood, or elsewhere in the city or nearby Maryland. I would like to know how, in anybody's imagination, that is sticking to his SMD and her SMD, as they promised to do, as Peter has explicitly promised to do. I'm not done, Peter. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to talk to you. Commissioner Phinizy, please let Mr. Gosselin know that I'm not done. I have constituents who are telling me that they went in just to take a look at the survey and they have been counted as taking it because they're no longer able to go in and look at the survey. So I seriously question what the data from the engagement tool is going to look like when I have constituents who are telling me they didn't respond to the engagement tool. They only wanted to see what it said, and they're being counted as having taken it because they can no longer look at it. And Peter has extensively put out that don't take the survey, just look at it. And if you don't hit submit, you won't have a problem. You'll be able to get back in. That has proven not to be true. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. I see Commissioner Simmons' hands first. Commissioner Simmons, do you want to go first? Or do you want me to call on Commissioner Gosselin?
Yes, I will go and then I'll defer to Commissioner Gosselin.
Okay.
I don't have the opportunity because I wasn't prepared for this. I don't have the opportunity to come with the facts, but other commissioners in our ANC has conducted surveys. They have posted it on the listserv. They have let other individuals who are not in their single member district conduct surveys. So I just think, again, everyone should be treated fairly. You know, I will have to go back and I can give examples, but Commissioner Sherman does surveys consistently over and over again. And his surveys allow you to know what single member district you live in. And he makes it clear that it's for his SMD, but no one has thrown a fit about it. So again, why can't everyone be treated the same on the commission? That's all I want to say. And then if you read what was posted by Commissioner Gosselin, it states that do not submit the feedback form, because once you submit the feedback form, you cannot go back. So if someone does not read thoroughly and understand what the instructions say, then whose fault is it that they did not interpret that? So again, we cannot control what other people do within their single member districts. People who don't live in our single member district don't have to take it, don't have to read it, but it is open. And for instance, Chair Phinizy, you have a survey, you posted it to the listserv. People can take it. I don't see any complaints about your survey either. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Gosselin, thank you for your
Yeah. Look, let me just start by saying last night, Chair Phinizy posted a newsletter on the listserv and elsewhere on social media that included an invitation to take a survey that I don't know, and the chair can address this, but I suspect was created relatively recently, not tested by groups, not consulting experts. I think why Commissioner Grunewald and Nagy are so upset is this is a new tool, and
Please don't put words in Please don't put words in my mouth. Point of order. Point of order. Commissioner Gosselin does not know and clearly misunderstands my concern. It's not because it's new. Okay.
Point is well taken. We won't make assumptions about others thinking.
Thank you.
Perhaps.
Let me just say, several commissioners spotted a problem with my first draft when I sort of issued a soft launch. I actually thought I was producing something for the ANC, and so there were draft versions, pieces of draft versions floating around, and we ended up with two introduction pages, one of which was drafted in a way that suggested it was the ANC. That was not a conspiracy. That was my tech inabilities. And I have spent the last few days scrubbing the living bejesus out of that thing so that that is removed. And every place a title for this project page appears. It says assessing DC's pick for the community center library site dash Commissioners Simmons District 5 and Gosselin District 6, including on the thank you notes that the thing auto generates. Now, there may be a tech problem about this lockout. What tech support at GoVocal told me as recently as 3 o'clock today is that if you don't push submit at the end, you can keep going back and looking at the information. And I concede that at the beginning, and that's why I did not advertise it until those bugs were worked out. I concede that there was a problem, and I believe I fixed that, and I believe I have labeled it honestly as an effort by Commissioner Simmons and me. The fact is that commissioners use facilities of this ANC repeatedly. Earlier in this meeting, Commissioner Sherman offered to do a Zoom. Now, maybe he has his own Zoom account, but he would have every right to use an ANC Zoom. Believe I have every right to use this facility. I also believe that just like my colleagues on this commission, while I am particularly interested in my SMD, anybody can take it. Anybody can answer these questions. And that's been a practice of all of us all along. One other thing I just want to say, and that is what I am trying to do here is not a survey. What I'm trying to do here is get us back from what I see as a precipice where we fight over legalistic matters and act as if we're, some members of the Senate or the administration, when we are just community representatives. I want people to talk about it. The questions, I pledge you, I will not produce, and I actually do not have the information in this site to produce the kind of quantitative stuff that a survey would produce. I don't, for example, ask any demographic questions. I included the ask about which SMD you're in at the suggestion of Chair Phinizy to again drive home the point that primarily this is an SMD engagement tool. Now, I can go on about what I thought I was doing in terms of structuring the material. I actually, foolish me, thought I was coming down the middle to the question of the saying about that the Bowser administration seems adamant about putting housing. It's not to endorse it. Indeed, earlier in this meeting, I said, as I have said repeatedly, I have real problems with the amount of housing that's being proposed. It was to try to be realistic about how much effect we could have on that. On the other hand, I thought I was responding to what I understood as feedback from some of the commissioners when I put in repeatedly through this thing that the amount of material we've been given, the amount of information is really thin. A few pictures and a few, waves of hand at a meeting. And several commissioners have pointed out repeatedly that this thing could as well have been generated by AI as by an architect or a designer. So I thought, and one other example I'll give. Commissioner Simmons was adamant that we shouldn't make such a big deal about housing. And I said, you can't have any sort of engagement on this issue if we don't address it. So the very first question that I asked, and then allowed people to, flesh out their answers, is about housing. These were attempts to come down the middle on this. Now, you may not think I have, and so the majority here have rejected this as a tool for the ANC as a whole. But the notion that Commissioner Simmons and I can't put up an SMD engagement tool and invite everybody to come, just as all of you have done with your own surveys and your own queries to the community. As Commissioner Simmons is apt to point out, it's just not fair.
Thank you, Commissioner Gosselin. I'm going to go to Commissioner Sherman, who hasn't spoken yet on this. I do see Commissioner Grunewald's hand, but Commissioner, want to go to people who haven't spoken yet.
So let me go in a slightly different direction. It's a great conversation, by the way. And I noticed that at 10 o'clock, we still have 56 people dialed in. So it's all good. When we talked about GoVocal, I was all for GoVocal as a platform. My point was, what was our program? And the program is a multifaceted phenomenon. It has to do with, yes, how you're going to survey people, engage people, but also how you're going to distribute surveys. And one of the challenges, of course, is getting a survey to a desired recipient. And so in the case of the surveys that I do, I send my surveys to my targeted email list. And I think what we would want to do as a commission is make a much more concerted effort to get emails from our respective constituents, because then you have the ability to truly target. When you put a survey out on the listserv or on Chevy Chase Chatter or on any public platform, you're not targeting. It's, basically anybody can take the survey, and that's great. And you can indicate that you simply note where you live, which SMD you're in, and so forth. But
Chair Phinizy, we're discussing info that we could include Commissioner Gore. So can we just talk about Civic Core? And if we're going to talk about protocols, talk about protocols.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Point well taken. Is there anything else that particularly relates to just the Civic Core? Because I think the issue here is really about protocol, whether the content is to your liking or not is not really the issue. I think the protocol is it clear that this is an SMD effort? If it's not clear, how can we make it clear? If it is clear and you don't like the survey, it's not your survey.
Right, but the point that I'm trying to make, though, is that your ability to target and distribute will have everything to do with whether or not at the end of the day it's an SMD survey. If the only way to reach your own constituents is to put it out on the listserv at Chevy Chase Chatter, it can't
Point of order, Chair Phinizy. This is still going back to protocols. It's not related to the Civic Core.
Let me get Commissioner Gore back. Okay. Was there anything else that is specific to the Civic Core?
I will be speaking about the Civic Core.
Pardon me, I also would like to speak about the Civic Core.
Okay. All right. But But
I will
this
make
is,
it brief.
but this is about the protocols. So if the civic core content relates to the protocols, yes. But if it's just that
yes.
you don't like how he wrote the survey,
No,
that's
it's
freedom
not
of
about how
speech.
Peter wrote the survey,
Okay.
Commissioner Phinizy.
Okay, but we
I'm
just need
happy to
make
take
sure.
that on at a different time.
All right. So Commissioner Grunewald was first. Go.
Okay, I've got a bunch of points here. I'll just throw out a bunch of points. I'm going to say that you can tell that this survey on the Civic Core is skewed towards one point of view by who is promoting the survey and who isn't, who's praising it and who isn't. And so all of Chevy Chase Forward is praising it, and people who want 100% public ownership to remain on the Civic Core site without housing do not like this survey. Okay, and the reason they don't like it is because it reflects a particular point of view. Now, if you go online and go around, and you'll see for yourself who is promoting and praising this survey and who is denigrating it, you will understand what I'm saying. So, first of all, I'd like to say that I have never opened up one of my SMD surveys to the listserv or anyone else outside my SMD. And I would like to say that if Chair Phinizy has put a survey or someone else has put a survey out on the listserv.
Point of order. This is
Okay,
related to the Civic Core. We're back to.
No, I'm talking about the Civic Core, Corinthia. Thank you so much.
But I'm sorry,
So-
the chair rules on this one, not Commissioner Grunewald. Thank you. So how is this related to the Civic Core? Because
what I'd like to say is Peter's survey is in effect a whole ANC-wide survey, which specifically the ANC did not want to occur for the Civic Core. And the reason we didn't want it to occur is because it presented one point of view.
So
one point of view, it didn't. Why can't I finish my sentence? It did not include all commissioners. Peter was the sole creator of this survey. Other commissioners didn't even know he was doing the survey. Okay, so and we could see that it reflected Peter's point of view, not all points of view. So that's why we asked Peter
that point. But my question is, how is it not an SMD survey?
Because
how is it not? You may not like it one bit, and that's fine. But how is it not an SMD survey? How is it an ANC-wide survey? That is the thing. I will
answer that.
Please.
Because this is a question that is of concern to every single member of our complete entire community, all of Chevy Chase, DC. And so it's very easy for people to misunderstand that this is not an ANC sponsored survey, that it's not an ANC approved survey. The survey is not going to being delivered to everyone. It's so obvious that people can be confused by this survey. And even though Peter says it's just for his, he has a title that's just SMD 5, SMD 6, he's still communicating information that reflects his point of view that people throughout our community are going to read and if
Commissioner Gosselin.
we could have done this as a whole ANC-wide survey.
Okay, that's not what we're here. We're trying to get some protocols for the survey.
The protocol then should not be that someone can do, in effect, a whole ANC-wide survey when the ANC said that it didn't want to do a whole ANC-wide survey. And this is, in effect, a whole ANC-wide survey.
So what is Civic Core?
So what makes
on the Civic Core, right?
What when it's identified as Gosselin and Simmons, what makes it a whole ANC wide versus an SMD? That is my question, and I haven't really gotten some specifics. So that's
please call on Liz Nagy. Okay, thank you.
Please call me.
Commissioner Gosselin was next, but if you want to let me roll down, I have Gosselin, then Sherman, then Nagy.
But please, I'll listen.
Sherman. Do you want to defer to Nagy?
Yeah, I'd like to, and then I'd like to respond to Bruce.
Okay.
If you're willing to.
Sherman, Mr. Commissioner Sherman, would you like to defer to Nagy?
Sure.
Okay, so just lower your hand.
It won't
and
take
she'll
long.
go over.
It won't take long.
Okay.
I read this earlier. You asked Chair Phinizy, what makes this an ANC-wide survey on the Civic Core? And I'm still talking about the Civic Core. So to be clear, I'm talking about protocol for the Civic Core. Okay. While we're putting this survey up on the website for residents of parts of Chevy Chase we've been elected to represent, fine. Disclaimer, got it. Okay. Everybody is welcome to use it. You could not be clearer that this survey is open to the entire community and that completely one could not be clearer, excuse me, that completely undercuts the argument that it's SMD 5 and 6 only. And the fact that that is not obvious to people is actually quite alarming. I don't understand how this is not clear. And you, at every turn, one is undercutting the argument that it's SMD 5 and 6 only. And if the ANC continues to allow its protocols and its votes to be undermined in this fashion, it's a sad story, completely a sad story.
So Commissioner Nagy, I have a question. If the identification of the survey is okay, the initial identification, if it didn't have the language, everybody is welcome to use it.
Well, I mean, but it does.
But if it didn't, would in other words, if
well,
there
if it,
was
you know what it should have, Commissioner Phinizy, what it should have is
Can I
language.
finish, please? Can I finish? If it didn't say everyone is welcome to use it, right? If it just said Commissioner Nagy, I'm sorry, Commissioner Simmons, Commissioner Gosselin, right? And it had breakdowns in there for SMDs, right? Because there will be people who may live outside one's area who may pop in or whatever. I guess the question is, do we all need to, if we have an individual SMD survey, do we all need to restrict it only to our SMD recipients and not allow anyone to do it, or just not invite other people? And that, I think, is maybe where the protocol, we can make it clear and then perhaps move on.
Can I respond to your question?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, I think that it's very difficult, understandably, to say this, but if you promise your ANC that you're going to conduct an SMD only survey, then you need to deliver on that promise. Okay. And if I'm please not
Point of order, Chair
speaking.
Phinizy, we're discussing protocols. We don't have Commissioner Gore here. This is not fair. We have gone beyond the Civic Core.
Okay.
We're
This is
talking
about the Civic Core.
I have texted Commissioner Gore to come back, and I haven't seen her.
Still talking about the Civic Core, Commissioner Phinizy. If you promise to deliver a survey on the Civic Core to your SMD only, then you need to deliver on that promise. You need to keep your word to the ANC that you will only poll your SMDs for the Civic Core. Whatever protocols we work out for the future, this promise was made for the Civic Core and it has not been honored.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gosselin.
Yeah, please. Honestly, I bet if I took a little time, I could go through Bruce Sherman's emails, and he generously invites people to join in, although he says it's for his SMD. And the notion of there's so many confusions here that I'm at a loss how you can defend how some of my fellow commissioners can defend the position they're taking. Let me start with this. One of my colleagues said it's so obvious from who says nice things about it. Well, let me say that just earlier in this meeting, I said something that pro-housing, pro-affordable housing, Chevy Chase Forward people hate. There's too much housing in this proposal. In addition, I continue to think that this is a down the middle, fair way to engage with the community. I've sent multiple notes to Cheryl Barnes inviting her to post it on the Voices listserv. It is not a survey. We're not going to generate for and against votes for anything. What I hope happens is that people can get back to talking about the proposal in front of us. We may all hate it. The majority may hate it. We may all love it. But let's talk about it instead of, we've certainly beat the conflict of interest issue to a dead horse. Let's not beat the protocol issue. Let's just get on with a discussion about the substance before us. And it is to Commissioner Simmons' point, it is just unfair to say that I'm somehow violating some promise I made when we all, Commissioner Chair Phinizy, when you posted last night, you posted your newsletter with this thing. Did you put a restriction on who could use that that survey?
Point of order, are we talking about the civic course still? Hello? Now we're veering off into what Commissioner Phinizy has done?
Chair Phinizy posted a survey.
I think he's trying to use this as
trying to point out that I've done nothing. Commissioner Simmons and I have done nothing that many of you have done. Now, I don't know. Commissioner Grunewald said that she's never done anything but her SMD. I don't know. So I just think that this is a requirement that suddenly came out of the blue here. I understand people are passionate about this. I think that if people feel strongly against housing, they should use the site. One of the things about the way it's designed,
Commissioner Gore is back on
of every single subchapter of every single issue, there's an open-ended, you can write anything.
Commissioner
Gore is back on the
Okay, Commissioner Gore, we are spinning a little bit. I would like to say this was a discussion with a possible vote. We do not have a vote, and I would like to ask that we stop this discussion. I think if we can, I think we need to communicate over email and get the rest of our business done. But if we can think about how we can be, I think we need to move on.
Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point, Commissioner?
Chair, I would not like to discontinue this conversation. I think it's very important. We have currently a survey.
How is that a point of order?
Because you're about to end the discussion, and I would like to.
I just was voicing my opinion. There is no motion to end the discussion.
Okay.
If somebody wanted to make a motion to end the discussion, then we could do that. But I was just voicing my opinion that I think it is time to move on. We had a possible vote for protocols, but we haven't settled anything. It does seem like there are some thoughts about the ways people have done things in the past versus this particular one. And I think, keeping it clear what the difference is good. But I think, generally speaking, we have had some, I think we have allowed each commissioner to do his or her own work. But I would say one thing, Commissioners Gore and Simmons, I heard there's one comment that came in the chat that seemed to indicate that they could only find out how much housing people wanted. And I believe there was an option to choose none. And, I'm sorry, Commissioner Gore.
I'm sorry. I think you meant Gosselin.
Okay, but you may want to check and make sure there are options for everybody. Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, I just want to come back to the basic point. Whether or not it is an SMD survey has to do with how it's marked, how it's presented, but also how it's distributed. Mm-hmm. And so if you, again, have targeted emails to direct a survey to a given audience, primarily your SMD, then it is limited largely to the SMD. I do surveys all the time, and I'm sending them out in my newsletter to my constituents. There are some people on my mailing list who are not constituents because they've asked to receive the newsletter, but 90% of the people I send my survey invitations to are constituents. I don't post my surveys on the listserv and on Chevy Chase Chatter and Google Groups. The surveys are they're in my newsletter. So if you are, so there we are. So it's a function. And my point is this: if we're going to look at protocols, we have to look at the complexities of how you administer surveys and how you distribute them.
I do think this is a discussion to continue at another time. Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Commissioner Gosselin.
Well, I don't want to, I don't want to continue. I believe that first, this is not a survey, it's an engagement. It's trying to get us back to substance talk and not bickering. Secondly, Bruce, to Commissioner Sherman's point, his newsletter is featured on the listserv regularly, or links to it, so that I don't see this targeting question. I don't want to target people. I want to talk to people. I'm happy to stop talking if others are going to stop talking. But these claims to scientific kind of targeting. My God, this is a small community. We need to go back to talking about the substance.
Thank you, Commissioner Gosselin. Commissioner Simmons.
Yes, I would just like to say free SMD 05 and 06, and I would like to make a motion that we stop discussing this and we move on. It is 10:21. I have dedicated as much time as I can. So is there a second on my motion for us to move forward?
Thank you, Chair Phinizy. You're muted. You're muted.
Thank you, Commissioner Gosselin. Okay, motion has been to move forward in the agenda. It has been seconded. All those in favor of moving forward, say aye. Okay, I see Gore. I don't see Sherman.
Yeah.
Sherman, yes. Grunewald, yes.
No.
Okay, your hand is up.
Okay.
Well, my hand is up because I have a question.
Hold on. Simmons, yes. Gosselin, yes. Nagy, no. Okay.
No, I'm abstaining. I'm abstaining. Commissioner Phinizy.
I hear you. I'm just saying hand not up. I said no to myself. All those opposed to ending the discussion now?
Aye, me.
Okay, and that's Grunewald, and all those abstaining? Thank you, and that is Commissioner Nagy. So 5-1-1, the motion passes. We are going to move on to, we had a vote about the Arbcentrix and the website contract. Okay, Commissioner Grunewald, we're gonna move on. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sherman, do you want to give the update on the Arbcentrix?
Well, let me just start with this, that I think we're now in a very good place with the website of the OANC hosted website. And we're also in a very good place with respect to the archival documents that have been on the Flywheel site, which for the community members who don't know what that is, it is the beta site that the commission had developed. A commissioned the development of a website that mirrors the old GoDaddy site, the ANC 3G site that people were very familiar with and were using. So we have a new OANC site that has been populated with recent resolutions, letters, and this has been done in large part by the director of the OANC, Kent Bays. And now we have from the other site all of the archival documents downloaded, which means that we're in a position to store those documents in a separate location and sort through them to determine which documents should be added to the website, which documents need to go to the DC archives, and which documents we would want to keep in an ANC archive, historical records and so forth that wouldn't go to the DC archives. So we're in a very good place, I believe, as a result of that. Now, one of the things we encountered when we decided to go with the OANC website as opposed to the website that we had developed was that the website we had developed was a WordPress site. The OANC site was not a WordPress site. So the records could not just be easily transferred from our WordPress site to the OANC site. So the question has become how to get those records onto the OANC site. And as it happens, Kent Bays, director of the OANC, has been downloading individual records. He's been accessing sporadically. We all know how difficult it is to get access to the ANC3G.org site because we get a 503 service unavailable indication when we do that. So he's been largely taking them from the mirror site, the Flywheel site, and been building the new website. So the website that we had paid for had served its purpose of providing that documentation, which is a good thing. But then the question was, how do we get all of that material downloaded? Well, that's happened now. So the proposal that I had floated to the commission was originally to provide for that kind of downloading of that archival material. Since it's already happened, the question is now, do we provide any compensation for that? I'm respectful of the OANC opinion on this. And I want to say to the commissioners that if it is the judgment of the commission that the commission wishes to expend not an additional dime on this, that's perfectly fine by me. I'm simply indicating to you that that I had initiated a proposal to try to get that material off the site using our contractor, Arbcentrix. The leader of Arbcentrix, director of Arbcentrix, Monsac Dolan, made the decision on her own to go ahead and download the documents, which she did, and therefore we have them. But I'm, at this point, perfectly happy to say to the commission, if the commission is not in favor of making any compensation for that, that's fine. What I would want us to consider, and I want to suggest a motion eventually in this conversation around this, is that we do compensate Arbcentrix for hosting the site from August all the way around to now, and even give ourselves a few more months of the Flywheel site hosting so that we can keep it going just as a redundant site to make sure that we have every single archival document that we would want to hang on to. So in sum, we're in a really good place in terms of the new OANC hosted site being nicely populated with letters, resolutions, our meetings, and so forth and so on. We have all the downloaded records. We're going to have to make a decision about who sorts through all of those and determines which, as I say, go up on the site, which get archived. And then we have the hosting issue, which I believe that we should provide compensation for the hosting. This happened since last August. So that's kind of a quick rundown of how I see it.
Okay, and just to clarify, when you talked about the hosting fees, those were running about $10 to $20 a month, and you're talking August 2025 to now, so that would be about 8-9 months plus maybe to September if we go through recess. So maybe the max would be 13 months, say $20.
So I've got the figures.
Okay.
If we do 12 months, and it's $15 to $20 a month.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard two different quotes from Arbcentrix. The range would be 180 to 240, and this would be again to compensate for the hosting that's happened since last August, and then to have some hosting continue through this August, so that if we still need to access the Flywheel site, which is the site we paid for, then we would have access to it. With the downloaded records, we are now at a point where we could tomorrow turn it off.
Okay. And you are working with the OANC. You've already talked with them. Is that correct about?
Yeah, extensively. So just for everyone to understand, the downloaded records are in the SharePoint site. Taylor Wood, who is their technician at the OANC, has indicated that they can get those records off of that SharePoint site onto an ANC OneDrive, and that would be ours, our own ANC OneDrive. There are 1,390 documents. And I will say that from conversations I've had in the past with Commissioner Gosselin, for example, looking at all the old records on that site, with all of that old stuff on there, it amounts to 1,390 individual documents. And they've now all been downloaded. So someone, again, is going to have to, on this commission, go through all that material and determine what to do with it. But that's another issue. The fact that it's been downloaded is there, and the fact that this Flywheel site has been hosted for this time. When the contract ended, in effect, in July, the hosting was factored into the cost of the contract. We did not pay extra for hosting during the run of the contract. Invoice 1, 2, and 3 entailed no supplemental charges for hosting. They were built in. As of August, when that contract period ended, that's when the clock started ticking on additional hosting that was not covered. And Arbcentrix has kept the Flywheel site going all this time. Fortunately. So it's really, at this point, it's fairly straightforward. We pay for the hosting that's happened. The download that happened that Arbcentrix did is, by the OANC legal analysis, a return of documents to us, and therefore not subject to compensation, which that's the opinion.
I see a couple of commissioners with questions. I see Commissioner Gore, followed by Commissioner Simmons.
So I guess my first question is, I'm glad to know the figure for the number of documents, 1,390. That's nothing. I thought we were talking like multiple thousands. I've had cases with tens of thousands of documents. So that's really not a lot. Where I come from and the work that I've done in my career. So again, I will extend the offer to help whoever on the commission go through that, because really 1,300 documents that's nothing for me. I'm just saying. In terms of the hosting, I understand the first 3 invoices were all inclusive. I want to ensure that invoice 2566, which Mon sent us for additional hosting fees, is covered. And I have no problem, and I think this ANC absolutely owes her for whatever hosting charge that she incurs outside of that original $10,000 contract. So I would say hopefully we can get a motion on the floor to cover invoice 2566 and any additional hosting fees she's incurred since then.
So would we like to discuss that invoice now, or do you want to go to other comments?
Let's hear from Commissioner Simmons first.
Hi. So my understanding, and I'm all supportive of paying the contractor for work performed, and I know ONC had given us guidance of paying that $150 invoice. I think where I'm just getting a little confused because information is being presented real time for the first time I'm hearing it. Are we in turn now saying that we're gonna pay her to host it until September? And if that is the case, are we still continuing on extending a contract that's being implicit? And this is just going back to OANC's email that they gave us earlier about how our contracts ended, yet we were implicitly not contractually continuing the contract outside of scope. So I think prior to this discussion now, we already got approval to pay the $150. I don't know if I'm ready or am thinking right. It's almost 11 of what to vote and approve on paying past $150.
Well, the proposal that I'm putting on the table is to pay from August, as I indicated, through August, to have some redundancy from here to the end of August for hosting the Flywheel site. We would take over the hosting. We wouldn't pay her to do it. We would just take over the site and it would be transferred to the ANC, and we would pay the monthly hosting fee. Okay. So we would, and in that context, then we would end the payment, just to make the figures work correctly here, in the month of May if we went through with this, and then we would take over the hosting from June, July, and August if we want to do that.
So Chair Phinizy, is that going beyond the 150 that we already approved and got clearance from OANC? My issue is I don't want to approve something that or say we're going to pay for something and we're not contractually able to do that. So are we talking about paying the 150 that OANC already said we can pay, or are we now saying we're going to pay 150 plus something else?
We're talking about paying something, but the 150 is something we have to discuss. I'm talking about paying the hosting from August through this month of May, and then we would pay for hosting June, July, and August, so that we have the redundancy. So it's 12 months in total that I'm talking about, for a range of 180 to 240. I'm not talking about the old 150 invoice.
Chair Phinizy, I needed to be clear. What we're going to pay the contractor this, the ANC is going to pay for this that they're responsible for. But I also, it's 10:30. I'm not sure if we should continue. I may have to drop off. My energy is just going down.
I'm with you. You and I both work and have long days, and this is a long night. So the hosting, both the original contract and the extension, and this is from Denise Victor, the General Counsel, the OANC, said that the extension and the original contract both allowed for the payment of costs to the web developer for the web hosting fees. And she said that we should ascertain with her cost to date so we can authorize that in an extra month or two until everything is closed out. You can pay the $150 invoice and let the bill the rest, but it'll be authorized as one vote. So according to what I have from the OANC, we are good to pay the invoice of $150 and also to pay hosting fees. And if we say pay what we owe her in arrears plus an extra couple of months going forward, just in case there's any problem, but authorize up to, like, say, through September. But then if we absolutely don't need it because everything is migrated over fine, there's no need for backup, we can scrub it, then we would be done.
The reason, the issue that I had, well, go ahead.
My hand has been raised.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Gore.
Yeah, can we put a motion on the floor? I agree with Commissioner Simmons. If we cannot continue to go on and discussing this financial matter on the fly. This is the first time I'm hearing about the extra months, the fees. There has been nothing that I've seen in ANC email roughly discussing this. And you're asking us to discuss it at 10:38 at night without any documentation from the contractor, any information in advance, and you're expecting us to make an informed decision. And we can't at this point in time. I don't have the information. We know that the 150 invoice has been out there. Regardless of why it's out there, the contractor sent it to us. If we want to pay for additional fees, then we pay for additional hosting fees. But either put a simple motion on the floor so we can move on, or, end the discussion on this topic until we have more information via email, which this should have come through the commission email, so we know what we're talking about and can talk about it with some certainty.
Okay.
Let me propose this. Well, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we have a meeting on May 27th. Do you want to send out the documentation and vote on it May 27th? The sum is rather nominal,
right.
And so it's not $10,000. It's 150 plus maybe another 250 at the most. So
right. But I just want to be crystal clear. The $150 invoice that was billed after the end of the contract is contested. She's canceled it in any event. So you have to come to terms with that. This commission does. And I'm going to ask that there be clarification on that $150 invoice. I'm speaking about the hosting from the end of the contract period starting in August of 2025. I'm not talking about the $150 invoice that came after the fact, after the contract had ended. Those charges were never requested, although charges for any additional cost on the contract were possible under the terms of the contract if pre-approved and agreed to by the parties. Those were never requested, and the justification for that is contested, to say the least. So I would, and we can spend a lot of more time on this if we want. What I'm proposing is that we look at the hosting from August all the way through as we're discussing now. What I can do is this. I can ask Von Sockdon, the head of Arbcentrix, for an exact quote on the hosting fees and to submit an invoice for the hosting fees so that we have that information and then we can look at it and then vote on it at the next meeting on May 27th.
I think that seems reasonable, and if we can get that with the draft agenda, which has to go by May 20th, then I think that'll be ample notice for everybody to get through.
Okay.
That's my thought on that one. Commissioner Gore, thought?
Yeah, I mean, I would ask that the commission be copied on the email because like I said to the commission before, I think we only heard maybe a week ago, a couple days ago, that she had canceled the invoice. I was on the Zoom call with Mon along with Commissioner Goslin, so I know what she said then, and I know what she emailed me and why she said she incurred those fees. She sent us an invoice stating that she incurred those fees.
Yeah.
So if you want to contest, and I don't really care why she incurred them, the fact is that she did. And if she's a woman-owned minority contractor, if she incurred $1, the commission needs to pay her. So it really doesn't matter to me why. The fact is she incurred the charges.
No, it does matter why, and you know why.
No,
Okay.
actually,
Yes, you know exactly why.
Presentation for the next meeting.
Okay.
We owe a fee.
Yeah. No,
we
you made
owe her a fee. She
Yes.
sent us an invoice. She sent the ANC an invoice.
Right. This was
We
the
owe her a
subject.
fee.
This was the subject of great pomp and circumstance at the October 6th meeting. And let's face it, there's a history here that we would have to go into. It's a contested invoice, and I've documented the record on this in terms of the management of the contract. I provided that in-depth, detailed documentary record in December of last year, and here we are still talking about this invoice. I'm proposing that we do right by the contractor from the end of the contract period on. That's what I'm proposing to do. But anyway, I will get a bill from her.
Totally understand that. The bottom line is she submitted the invoice to the ANC.
And she's now canceled it.
And she told, well, but you know what? Under what circumstance and why?
Information.
And it is important, Bruce, because she told two sitting commissioners something totally different than what you're saying.
But you know what? The sitting commissioners did not consult the commissioner managing the project to understand what the documentary was up to that point.
And commissioners,
the information was completely biased. The
language. And please address your comments through the chair. Okay. May I ask that we take this up on the 27th with all documentation sent out by the 20th, if not before. Any emails to Mon be copied to the commission, and clarification, or maybe reach out to Mon again and ask that she clarify the reasons for her cancellation of the $150 invoice so that we can understand that and decide the appropriate course of action.
But then the question goes back to whether that invoice was justified in the first place. And
I think we just need, we need to hear.
Okay, well, I'm just saying to the commission, that is a contested matter and we're going to litigate it.
Excuse me, Chair Phinizy.
Yes.
Can you please check with OANC if we're even allowed to not pay someone for work performed? I know within the federal government, you're not supposed to have contractors perform work and not pay them.
The
So
question
I
is whether the work was
understand,
performed.
Chair Phinizy, I understand that she may have contested it, but I don't know all of district government laws, and I don't want anything, coming back to me about not paying somebody, and by law, we're required to pay somebody. So if you can just check with OANC if we're able to even not pay her, even though this work was previously performed and is being reverted back.
Okay,
Do
I
you
will double
understand?
check. I can
Okay.
double check on that.
Thank you.
And we can loop everybody in. So let's take this up on the 27th, okay? Commissioner Nagy.
Yeah, thank you. Before you take this to OANC and present it as she did work for which she won't be paid, I think one needs to find out from Mod what that invoice was about. We need to hear that, because if you present it as a fait accompli, then you'll get the answer that has it as a fait accompli. There's some groundwork that needs to be done before you would go back to the OANC and ask them this question. And I completely understand the federal procurement regulations, having worked in them for, I don't know what, 38 years, something like that.
The irony of this circumstance, to be very clear here for everybody on this call, is that invoice, the much touted invoice, was never presented for payment. Commissioners requested it repeatedly. Neither Commissioner Gore nor Commissioner Simmons ever presented it for payment. When the new officers came into this term, I reached out to Mon to see the invoice. That was the first time I'd ever seen it. So for an invoice that had so much weight and so much importance, those that took it never presented it for payment. At the same time, those who were managing it at the time, and this is
Point of order, Chair Phinizy, Commissioner Simmons had nothing to do with an invoice. Commissioner Simmons had no recollection of a contractor working on the ANC website. Commissioner Simmons was not on the ANC when this happened. Commissioner Simmons was just the treasurer. And when payments and invoices are given to me, at that time, they were paid. So if we can retract that, just so we're clear.
There's no retracting it.
It is.
The matter
Okay.
is,
Chair Phinizy.
I would really like to take this up on May 27th.
There's a point of order on the
Commissioner
floor.
Simmons.
There's a point of order on the floor.
Point of order.
Commissioner Simmons asked for a point of order, and I believe she was referring to potentially she could speak for herself, but
okay.
Commissioner Simmons, adverse prior actions and disturbing the assembly. There's a point of order. If
I'm trying to hear from Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Simmons, what was your point of order?
My point of order was in regards to Commissioner Sherman, as though implicating me as having an invoice. I had no recollection of a contractor working on a website. I had no knowledge of this. So I can't act upon anything that I have no knowledge of. So I would like for him to remove me out of that statement, because, it might just remove me out that statement. I have nothing to do with this. All I'm saying is if someone performed work, let's just pay for work. Commissioner Simmons had no invoice.
Okay. What we'll need to, I can't speak to the treasurer documents, but we will investigate this because I wasn't chair then. And
point of order, Chair Phinizy, there is a point of order on the floor, and as chair, you're responsible to rule on it.
Right. So, Commissioner Sherman, I think that you need to hold off on that and let's investigate, please. Okay. We need to find out, because it seems that Commissioner Simmons' recollection is different from what you were saying, and I think we need to investigate. So we're not going to.
So is a point well taken or not well taken? That's the two rulings. Commissioner Simmons has made it clear, and Commissioner Simmons was not treasurer. I can tell you, as the person that received the invoice, it went to me and Commissioner Gosselin, not to Commissioner Simmons.
But to be very clear, this happened.
I'm sorry.
Point of order.
I'm sorry. I thought that Commissioner Simmons said that Commissioner Sherman was talking about her.
She did. That's what I'm saying. And I am saying, I am validating what she is saying because the invoice went to myself and Commissioner Gosselin, not Commissioner Simmons.
All right. So, Commissioner Sherman, the point is well taken. So you will take that. And can we please talk about this on May 27th? Okay. And get our documents. Okay.
It's just, yes, and on May 27th, we're going to need additional clarification on a number of points around this.
Okay, so
if it was true that the treasurer never saw the invoice, she was the treasurer last year, and if she never saw the invoice, then the invoice never materialized. To my very point.
So we can investigate. We can try to do some digging.
Where was the invoice?
Now and then. Okay. All right, so we'll make a list of our questions that each of us has, and we can collate them and try to suss out what exactly happened. Okay.
I'd like to move that we adjourn and take up the rest of the business whenever. There were other things, but
yeah, I think we're all pretty wiped.
I second Commissioner Sherman's motion.
Okay.
Yes, Peter, I already seconded it. Sorry,
Oh, all right. You can have it.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I'll chime in. Yes, please, let's go.
All right. So then we will have some. Okay. The only problem is, though, guys, that we haven't had our public comment period, and we are required by law to have 15 minutes of comment period, 1 minute a person, unless everybody has finished. So let me ask first, before we adjourn, if we have public comments, okay?
Yes, we do. I've been waiting since this meeting started. Hi. I apologize for interrupting and really I used to be the secretary of my commission. I was the vice president of an organization east of the river that's been around. Excuse me, I'm talking. Ain't no point of order. I'm the public. I'm talking. You mute your mic.
Point of order, Chair.
Grunewald. Please
You
mute
need
her
to be
mic. I'm the
recognized
public.
by the
I'm talking.
chair.
I have the point of order.
Chair.
I have the floor. Ma'am, Miss Carol, you've been interrupting everybody the whole meeting. You're being
We haven't
unprofessional.
recognized you on the floor, so just
Thank
wait
you.
just a moment. Just a moment. Okay, so my question was, we need to have the public. Okay, so please wait to be recognized by the chair, and thank you for your time.
My
okay?
apologies. I thought I was recognized because I feel like I'm the only public that's not outside of Ward 3 and 4 that's on this call. And I've been patiently waiting.
Okay.
Patiently waiting. Chat disabled.
Please.
That never happens. East of the river in a Ward 7, a Ward 8 ANC. And I've chaired a lot of meetings, ma'am.
Okay,
Point of
so
order.
please
She's
wait
totally
to be
out of
recognized
order.
by the chair.
Please
Please
recognize her. Just recognize her.
I am
Just
waiting.
recognize her.
Lisa, I am the chair. Thank you.
Just
Thank you. Let me do my job, please.
I am.
Thank you. No, you are not. You are calling me out on every nitpicking little thing to try to discredit me, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
Point of order, Chair.
What's your point, Commissioner Gore?
You're calling disparaging remarks. It's not unnecessary.
okay.
You said that I am calling you out on every nip, and I'm not. I asked you to recognize a member of the community.
I was trying to recognize the community, but your point is well taken. I'm tired.
Thank you.
All right. So, Patricia Stamper.
Good afternoon from the great Ward 7, 7E04. This is Marshall Heights. I'm located on 47th Street Southeast, near the WMATA Metro Station called Benning Road. It's off the Blue Line. My goal is to bring, business improvement districts, all the cool stuff that Peter Gosselin talks about, and all these emails that I've been receiving. So I've spent since I moved into DC, which you're hearing the snoring from my boyfriend in the background. I apologize. He's tired. He works in Ward 3. His father lives in a transitional apartment in Ward 3. I want to say it's across from Maggiano's, that new building, right? So he's a Ward 7, 8, East of the river, lifelong resident. This man snoring right here. But you know what? He's tired because he works at several different bars and restaurants that's open near uptown, right? That's not in my community. I listen to you guys argue and disrespect one another. It's rude. I was amazed at the microaggressions, the disrespect, lack of decorum, and Robert Rules of Order. And y'all love to come to Ward 7 and butt in our business. Y'all come to meetings, and I mean y'all as in Ward 3 and Ward 4 residents. Y'all show up at our meetings. You show up and you butt your business and your nose in Ward 7 where it don't belong. Now, I'm running as a write-in for chairman for the ward council, DC council, and I will eventually be on the council one day, either as an at-large member, a Ward 7 council member, or the chair. Now, Robert Rules of Order is what is governed this meeting. Y'all need to read up on it and get it together. Chair, I love you. I respect every chair, every meeting, because I've chaired a lot of meetings in person. This would not be tolerated. I was the timer, the secretary, the treasurer, the president, whatever I needed to be. I was that. And this was unacceptable. Get it together, ANC. What's the ANC 3G4? Y'all need to work together, because if y'all don't work together, y'all will end up sinking as a community. What is going on right now in Ward 7? We're literally exploding as a Ward 7 Democrats from the inside out. No one knows because we don't talk about it to the men. We keep all our business in-house. Now get it together, be more professional, brush up on your Robert Rules of Order, and chair, get control of your meeting. This is unacceptable. But thank you. I love you.
Thank you, Ms. Stamper. Cal.
Hi, this actually is for Patricia Stamper. I looked at your website and I want to be able to have a direct contact with you, and I don't have a way to do that.
Yes, you hear 202. Anybody can take this down. Write it down.
Commissioner,
Text it.
sorry,
202
Mrs. Stamper.
209
Mrs.
6462.
Stamper.
Hold
And I
on.
put
Not
it in the
have the
chat.
floor,
Chair,
please.
you
Hold on.
disabled the chat,
Hold on.
and you disabled me to communicate with the group.
Talk about Robert's rules. Wow.
202 209 6462.
209-6462.
Yep, there you go. Good job. Thank you, Cal.
Thank you.
Wow.
Could we go back to
Wow.
Okay. Con.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. DC Plug's been quite active in digging very large holes in various neighborhoods. They hit my street today, and they're digging up so much that they're actually digging across the sidewalk, disrupting plants, things that have been there 30, 40 years, not managing traffic properly. I haven't heard any real comments about the impact of this from the ANC, but it is extremely impactful. And we shouldn't have to wake up and be notified of these types of things versus perhaps the ANC being a little involved and proactive. I've asked a lot of questions to DC Plug. They've answered nothing. And I just hope we can get a little bit more information out from DC Plug in terms of the impact of what they're doing around our neighborhoods, because you can travel to my house and you will be shocked at what you see. It was not communicated properly. They aren't moving the cars out of the streets because their signage sucks. Okay. And I'm not very unhappy with their performance. I think we should all be, but that's not ever been a topic, and that's a very local issue. So I would assume the ANC should be quite active on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron.
Phinizy, may I respond?
Commissioner Nagy.
Thanks. I just wanted to say to Ron that the ANC does have a contact person for DC Plug. You're not in my SMD, but I'm sure if you touch base with your SMD commissioner, you can find, her name is Ann Waters.
Mhm.
I can get you the contact information, or you can get it from your commissioner. I don't want to step on any toes here, but there is a way to reach out to DC Plug. So I just wanted you to know that.
And I did post in the chat a little bit earlier, a lot of her contact information, so I can repost that. So look for it coming shortly. Okay. Commissioner Nagy, are you finished?
No, I'm just trying to lower my hand. I'm sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Grunewald? Can I go to the public then? Okay, I'm going to go to some folks who haven't spoken yet. Brian Heilman. Brian, are you there?
Brian, you're muted.
There you go. If we're on community business, just a real quick comment. I did send a comment to you, Chair Phinizy, that the Department of Transportation has arts in the right of way programs where the District Commission on the Arts and Humanities is making grants to folks who want to add art to signal boxes and other areas, including murals and vinyl wrappings for signal boxes. And I would like to partner with Chevy Chase Art and seek the ANC's approval for a small grant. The smallest grant that the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities grants is $10,000. In the Droit Park, they've done something with some nature. And my thought is that Sarah Barden from the Chevy Chase Art Group might be willing to look at floral wrappings for some of the signal boxes. So I'm going to send something on about that to the commission seeking approval. There's a May 22nd deadline for some of the grant application.
Right, and there in our new website, the anc3g.dc.gov, there's a bar at the top that talks about ANC grants, and it has the forms and information there.
And of course, this is not for an ANC grant; it is for a DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities grant.
Okay, I thought you said for an ANC grant. Okay,
ANC support of a DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities grant.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Grunewald. Okay, Commissioner Grunewald.
I think you have to unmute her.
Unmute.
I'm trying to ask her to unmute.
I think she can't. I think that might be the issue.
I can't.
Oh, there you go.
You are.
You are now.
No, you're not. You're back on mute. Who?
Okay, I'd like to know why I was muted. I was going to respond to Ron Khan, and then suddenly on my computer it said the quote, "The host is not allowing participants to unmute themselves," unquote.
I'm sorry.
So,
that was me trying to mute some of the people in the public who were not waiting to be recognized by the chair.
Okay,
I'm
thank
sorry
you.
about that.
My point is long lost, so I'll just skip it. Thank you.
No, that's on me. Cal.
So this morning, after 2 months of blocking the parking in front of our block, the DC plug finally started work this morning, and they're planning to put some kind of drilling right in front of the house. We have probably the smallest width lot on the entire 1 mile stretch of Nevada Avenue, and we have one already for the lead-free DC pipe thing. Now they want to put another one there instead of near the pole where the actual transformer is, and I don't know how to affect this. I'm not sure how to affect this because none of the people who are actually working there said they could do anything about it. Anybody got any ideas?
It looks like Commissioner Gosselin might have something for you.
Yeah, I've had the same problem on Morrison Street. They're putting boxes in the ground to put transformers in them, and we were able to get it moved relatively easily. Just send me the address, and I'll write. They were they made a deal right on the spot to move it off. There's some problem that they can't do it at every corner, something about the configuration of the wires, but they can. They moved it away from the front steps of a house so it made it. So just be sure you send it to me tonight with the address, and I don't know. Well, maybe it's somebody else's SMD. I don't know who is your commissioner.
Corinthia.
Okay, well then send it to Corinthia, and I can send her the thing. Okay, we need to wrap soon. When we had enough
I'll
public.
send it to both of you. Thank
Good.
All right, Corinthia, can we sign off? Do you have one more?
She also was having trouble unmuting, so you make sure she's unmuted.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. I'm unmuted. So I just wanted to say to my constituents, Mr. Khan and Mr. Simone, please email me. I've been in discussions with Plug already. No one has said anything to me about this before tonight, and I sent out a newsletter today. So please reach out to me. And Mr. Khan, if you want to see what the Plug information looks like after it's done, one was done at Livingston in Nevada. They repaved it. And then another one was done on Broad Branch. They're still working on one at Broad Branch where it's between me and Commissioner Phinizy's SMD. But any Plug issues, please reach out to me. I'm very approachable. I'm very respondent. I haven't gotten any emails about this. Thank you. And I've been trying to unmute, but I couldn't.
Okay. Yep. Sorry about that. Okay, so it is now 11:05. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Okay, and we have a second? Second.
Thank
All
you,
those in
Peter.
favor of adjourning?
Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
2,
Oh.
3, 4, 5. Commissioner Summer 6, 7, 7-0. We adjourn. All those opposed? Nobody. Okay. Wish everybody a good night. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.